All right. Good morning, folks. Apologies for the slight delay in getting on board here. We had a student that I was helping with some connectivity challenge. So that is that, and that is sorted now. So can everybody hear me okay? See me okay? Awesome. Thank you. All right. Timer's going up for 9 minutes, and we will see you then. All right. Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a fabulous and restful evening and that you are ready for a great second day here together. We've got a lot of fun stuff on tap for you today. But before we get started, just a couple of notes here. So today we are going to be using that Windows VM a bit more, as in some, meaning, as opposed to yesterday where we didn't really use it at all. So you're going to want to make sure that you've got that VM out and unpackaged, booted up, logged in, and you're going to want to double check connectivity because you're going to need to talk to the Slingshot VM, which is over here, and vice versa. So the Slingshot VM, if I do a quick ifconfig, here you'll see that there's actually two interfaces on Slingshot. One of them is a host-only interface that can communicate with Windows. That's at 10.10.78.1. And Windows, if I go back over here and do an IP config, you can see here that we've got 10.10.78.2. Okay, so I should be able to go ahead and ping between one to the other without an issue. So if I go here to 10.10.78.1, which is Slingshot, and we're going to ping 10.10.78.2. Okay, we can see that ping is successful, meaning Slingshot can talk to Windows, but we don't want to assume. Let's make sure Windows can talk to Slingshot as well. Sorry, 10.10.78.1. And same thing. So if you've got that, you should be good to get started. So let's get moving. So thank you for those of you who took the time to fill out the evaluations yesterday. Again, we really do appreciate that feedback. It is super helpful to us. Let's get going. So we've got a bunch of stuff on tap for you here today. So we're going to talk about things like media drops. This is the idea of dropping some kind of pluggable media. Typically these days, it means like a USB drive. In the days of yore, we would have put a CD-ROM out there or something like that. But, USBs made life a lot easier because we can go ahead and drop off that kind of stuff. Talk about things that, may encourage people to plug these USB drives in, see what's going on them, and potentially leverage some payloads from our side as well, which will lead us into payloads. We'll talk a little bit about some payloads that you can put on these things. We'll get into some labs where you'll do a little bit of work with building a PowerShell payload, and then kind of building your own payload using something like Python. With Python, we'll leverage a utility called PyInstaller, which will go ahead and package up a Python script as an executable that you can then run on Windows. Now, PyInstaller, we're going to show for the sake of simplicity, but understand that PyInstaller will get flagged by most, PyInstaller built executables will get flagged by most EDR at this point, Windows Defender included. But it's a great way to demonstrate some of the capabilities of what we're going to do here. We'll talk a little bit about, creating motivating packages, move from there into taking your payload and prettifying it up, make it look a little more like something that's a legitimate executable. Again, we're trying to entice that click or that running of this particular element. From there, we'll get into pretexting and how, and where successful pretexting works and some of the tools and techniques you can use for that. We'll have a lab there where we'll get into, anyone remember the Choose Your Own Adventure books? When you were a kid and you were like, hey, if you want to fight the dragon, you go to this page. If you want to run from the dragon, you go to this page, and you kind of work through all the different elements of the story. We've got another container for you that you can run here, and that's going to have some elements of that kind of experience for you. We'll talk a little bit about physical access at that point. And some of what physical access controls look like and some of the things to think about. We'll wrap up with things like reports and metrics, not terribly exciting or fun, but still an important part of the work and kind of understanding and motivating, right? Because as one of my leaders told me long, long ago, if you don't measure it, you can't improve it. And while I kind of rolled my eyes at the time, it's absolutely accurate, right? If you don't show progress with these various initiatives, that's where you're going to set yourself up to lose funding and, you know, all that kind of good stuff. We'll wrap things up and kind of tie things together here at the end, and that will lead us into the capture the human exercise, which is going to be a final piece where you're going to do some work. A lot of it's going to be OSINT focused, and so referring back to the recon lab on day one will be very helpful for you here. And this will allow you to kind of pull some pieces and parts together and try to identify somebody's password from various sources and log in as them and all that kind of good stuff. That will allow 1.5 to 2 hours for. And at the end, I will do kind of a very quick walkthrough for you there, which will get recorded so that you can always refer back to it. That CTH will be out there, so you can kind of work through it on your own time again later if you want, or even if you I know we've got a lot of folks on oddball time zones. If you wanted to duck out and get 2 more hours of sleep, come back and read the brief on how to get started, and then go from there. And kind of work through it and then go to the end for the answers and the recording. That's absolutely an option for you. We want you to have that kind of flexibility. One other quick personal note. I am trying right now to register for a road race that we do down here in Florida every year, myself and my family. So if you see me kind of periodically looking off towards a phone, it's because I'm in like a virtual queue waiting to register. When that happens, I'm probably going to go ahead and turn my camera off, because my wife's going to be sitting down here at the keyboard and doing that registration. So just so that you're aware of that. Again, love you guys, but I did want you to know that that is something I will be juggling for a little bit and kind of looking over periodically, but nothing terribly exciting there. Okay, are we ready to get started? Are there any questions from yesterday? How did the Chat GPT lab go? It's funny because last night I was looking at Twitter and I saw that I guess Chat GPT had an outage yesterday, and I was looking at the timestamp. I'm like, oh God, was that when we had y'all working in lab? So did that work okay? Did you get a little bit of time to play with that? Oh, awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. Beautiful. That's great. Maybe it's gonna graduate to non-bonus lab here sooner rather than later then. Sweet. Awesome. Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. Yay. Yes, I found it useful in many ways recently, both social engineering and non-social engineering. It's funny because I teach the wireless class. As I mentioned, I co-author the wireless class and the wireless testing class. The original author of that course, his name's Josh Wright, and he's not authoring that class anymore. He authors the 504, the incident handling class, which is absolutely awesome, by the way, if you haven't taken it. He's done a tremendous amount of work with that class in the past several years. But he and I were talking the other day, and he's like, yeah, I was having a problem with a Python payload getting flagged by EDR. So I ended up taking it and throwing it in ChatGPT and said, hey, convert this into C#. And it converted into C# pretty much flawlessly. And he was able to go ahead and utilize that payload without it getting detected, which I thought was absolutely hysterical. And we might go ahead and add a little bit onto the PyInstaller stuff here in some of the upcoming labs, we might add a ChatGPT flavor to that in some upcoming revisions of the course. So something to think about as well when you're playing with some of these payloads, taking that and maybe even leveraging resources like ChatGPT to try and, pull it up, bring it up in a different language, all that kind of stuff. That may actually be really helpful in some kinds of detections, in evading those detections. Okay, so glad to hear that feedback. So thank you guys. And my coffee just arrived, which is super exciting. Okay, now let's get going. So we're going to start by talking about USB and media drops, right? We've done this in a lot of different engagements. We definitely see some things that work. We see some things that work less effectively. And we're going to kind of talk about some of those. So what's a USB drop? Well, it does exactly what it says on the tin, right? It's the idea of taking some kind of media. A USB stick is probably going to be the most prominent thing to do these days. And you're going to go ahead and either drop it at a client site or drop it very nearby. Now, this doesn't mean the kind of super suspicious drop it in the parking lot, right? Although if you position it properly, you can make it look not terribly suspicious. Think about, have you ever had something fall out of your pocket when you get into a car, maybe, or fall out of your purse when you get into a car? Think about those kinds of scenarios and position, where those things would kind of fall, even if it means that, they're in potentially danger of being run over by a tire, that kind of thing. That makes it look more honest, right? More like it kind of happened accidentally. Another thing you can do with these kind of drops is hand them over to a receptionist or to an admin or to a security guard saying, hey, this is for so-and-so. And it might make it to so-and-so, but also if you label it in an interesting enough fashion, they might take it and plug it in themselves just to kind of see what's going on. We'll talk about labels in a minute. But the objective here is to see how many people are going to plug this thing in, how many people are going to run its contents. Now, in some environments, this is against company security policy. Now, in some environments, though, it's not. And you need to think about that, right? One of the purposes of these kinds of exercises is to reinforce your company's policy. So if your company's policy allows for this, it's probably not something you need to be measuring. Now, if your company's policy allows for this and you still look at this and say, this is a weird behavior that I want to discourage, well, then maybe you need to be revisiting your policy. Maybe you need to be talking with your policymakers and thinking about when this is appropriate. One of my first IT jobs was supporting point of sale systems. And so point of sale systems, as we started moving to more modern architectures, we started to see things that were literally like computers. This was like, 20, almost 25 years ago. But we were, we're starting to get point of sale devices with Windows 95, Windows XP, all those kinds of, more modern operating systems. And it looked like a computer. And one of the things it had on it was USB ports. So we started to kind of talk even back then. And this was before the age of like memory skimmers and all those kinds of things. But we were already talking about it internally with our teams saying, how do we prevent somebody from plugging in a USB drive into one of these things with some kind of malicious payload? And so we did a number of different things. We epoxy over the USB ports and all of that. But we did have some support needs where we would go out and we'd plug a keyboard into a terminal to do some work at the operating system level. Back then you couldn't necessarily remote into every device. And so we kind of looked at that and we said, how do we manage allowing this and not, allowing these other kinds of things? And this is where a lot of the endpoint response suites start to come to the rescue, because a lot of them will have the capability of saying, hey, I want you to not allow USB devices to be mounted by the operating system unless their USB identifier matches X, right? And so this was a keyboard. This was the model of keyboard that we use for support, and it has specific USB identifier, and we'd allow that to be plugged in and mounted by the operating system. But if it was something else, like a drive, it would mount. And that's how you can kind of manage this. But to bring this back to policy, if your policy doesn't specify, hey, you can't plug in USB drives, this may not be a worthwhile exercise for you right now. But it may be a good policy exercise and discussion to have. Is this something we should be allowing per policy? The number of Fortune 100s that allow you to just plug in any USB device into any machine is frightening. And I don't know if any of you have seen this, but there are times where I'll go into like a fast food place or whatever, and they've got the point of sale terminals there, and I see somebody's freaking, iPhone charging cable plugged into the USB port on the point of sale terminal, and they've got their phone plugged into it and charging, and I just die a little inside when I see that. And part of that I know is from my experience in point of sale, but it's also like, this is a device that takes credit cards. This is a device that is about to take my credit card, and you're plugging in your rando phone running God knows what into the. Has anybody else ever seen this? Like, I feel like I see it constantly down here, but I don't know if it's just a Florida thing or what. Nobody else sees this. Okay, well, that's good at least. Wait, Christopher has opinions. Several people have opinions. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I get the desire to keep your phone charged, but point of sale terminals kind of where. Yeah, yes, thank goodness. Thank goodness. No, it's a funny story because I mentioned the incident yesterday that I had worked where somebody took their work home with them and had their web root on their developer machine published, and it ended up getting indexed by Google. And at that time, they were working on a secret project. One of the reasons that they took that work home and had it on their machine that way was because their company didn't allow them to mount USB drives. So they had USB drives locked down. But meanwhile, this dude goes and works with, a published web root and, indexes my super secret project to the whole world. Don't plug your phone to your PC. Yeah. Good. That's good to see. It is something we need to be thinking about more. Now, of course, the speed government hardware changes as more and more chargers move to USB-C. It'll just get taken care of for you because they won't be able to plug it into your, into your device anymore because they're still going to have USB-A ports for probably the next 10 years. That was a government IT joke. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. Okay. So, now, our goal here is not to mass infect the environment, right? Our goal is to basically understand if this is not permitted by company policy, but we don't necessarily have controls preventing it, who's doing this, and how many people are doing this, how vulnerable are we to this kind of threat vector. So we need some things to make this happen, right? We need USB devices that are hopefully going to be enticing to people to plug in, some kind of disguise or ruse on them that will entice people to plug them in. Plan for where we're going to put them. Bathrooms left with security guard, parking lot, all that kind of good stuff. We need to gain access to these areas to be able to place them. And then finally, of course, a payload to actually generate our metrics. We've seen part of the equation already, which is with our simple social engineering toolkit, we can go ahead and put something out there for that. Now, when it comes to the USB itself, you can kind of do what you want here, whatever you think is going to be the most effective. Some things that we've tried in the past, just a standard kind of basic USB stick, a nice, pretty, high-end USB 3 ones with high capacity that people look at and are just like, hey, maybe I can actually use this later. I could really use a 128 gig USB drive, especially USB 3. Let me go ahead and grab that, plug it in, make sure that nobody needs it, and then I'll go ahead and format it and use it for myself. Maybe go ahead and tape on a logo for the company, or label it with something enticing, hey, executive salaries or fiscal year 2023 compensation study, or annual reviews, whatever. Think about the kind of things that are going to entice people to plug this in and look at it. And it's not necessarily because they have malicious intent and, oh, I want to read it. Sometimes this is about wanting to get it back to the original person. Oh, this has executive salaries on it. I want to see what my executives make. Well, that's one person who might plug it in. The next person who might plug it in is, oh, executive salaries. Crap, this really shouldn't be publicly available. I got to find out who this came from so that I can give it back to them. Either case may result in that stick getting plugged in and or potentially the files within it being run. Pink USB covers make it look nice and official. Yep, absolutely. All kinds of fun things you can do here. And really, you're going to kind of have to rely on your own knowledge and experience to figure out what's going to work best in your particular environment. Now, when it comes to locations, some locations are easier than others. If you have ready access to the parking lot of a facility, parking lots are certainly a great place. Parking garages. If you've got a multi-story parking facility, a lot of times there will be like trash cans by the stairwells or by the elevators. Sometimes putting one on top of one of those, so that it looks like somebody kind of set it down for a second and then forgot about it. Generally going to entice people to kind of pick that up. Restrooms is a great one, on top of the little, toilet paper holder or on the sink. Meeting rooms, of course, people will bring USBs into meeting rooms and leave them there. If you have access to the facility, these are great. Again, just leaving it with reception. Hey, this is for so-and-so in HR, and it's got, comp reviews or compensation study or whatever. And that may be enticing enough for the person to be like, plug this in here. Or, hey, this is for marketing and it's about, super secret discount project or what have you. And, they'll go ahead and plug that in to kind of see what it says on it. Again, your imagination and your environment is going to lead to the best results here. Have you ever placed one and had someone return it to you because they saw you drop it? Yes, that did happen one time. It was in a parking lot. And I just, I kind of will casually just put it down and just, just kind of let it out of my hand. And then I'll kind of walk along and somebody's like, oh, you forgot this. I'm like, oh, thank you. Just kind of like, just gonna go back to my car now and slink away. Yeah, it's not super common, but once or twice I have experienced it. Whereas we're not always as clever as we think we are. Now, something else to think about. As you're developing a payload for this, remember that deal and prepare for the possibility that this little USB device might make its way outside of your intended targets. So what if, instead of it being picked up by somebody at this company, a vendor comes and pulls along and goes into the parking lot and is like, oh, hey, USB stick. Let me go ahead and plug this in and see what happens. Here's the thing with that. That can readily happen, but depending on the type of engagement, that may be outside the scope of the engagement. It could even potentially open folks up to legal liability. So think about that and develop some countermeasures against that. There's a couple of things we can do here. One, we can go ahead and make sure that our payload only fires within the scope of our engagement. How can we do that? This is a way to do it in Python. There's certainly other ways to do it in other languages, but this is just a very simple bit of Python here. So, just importing some Python methods here and saying, setting the variable of now to now, setting the variable of the date to today's date, and then basically checking our date against a hard-coded date of the end of the engagement. So if the date is less than or equal to our date at the end of the engagement, go ahead and execute. And if not, go ahead and, just leave it be. Don't do anything terribly exciting. Now, that's one element. So what if some vendor picks it up though, and then plugs it in the vendor's network, and they are within the dates of the scope of the engagement? Well, we can go ahead and do some checks to see if we're on the right network. We can do things like check for DNS servers. try an ICMP echo request out to some, host that we know the existence of on that particular local network, or maybe even a, request to a domain controller, some kind of host that we know on that network. Maybe we know it by name, and it's not something that's going to pop up in other vendors or other environments. So in this particular case, we're going ahead and resolving a DNS name, in this case, dc.test. And this is the domain controller of our particular network of interest that is our target. If we go ahead and we validate that IP address and say, hey, does it match this expected IP address? Great, execute our payload, we're on the right network. If it doesn't, then don't execute, right? And that's what we're trying to avoid here, is blowback of potentially running this in the wrong environment. So kind of wrapping up the idea of media drops, we need to think about our scope. We need to build in some protections to ensure that we don't accidentally fire this in an environment where it shouldn't be fired. All right, so keep it simple, use your creativity, use your imagination, build something that is appropriate for that environment, and you're going to be much more likely to have great success. Now let's talk about the payload. So the payload can do something. What we want it to do is going to really depend on our particular desired response or engagement. Maybe we just need to track how many people run the payload. Maybe we need to collect some data from the machine that the payload was run on, making sure that it's, tracking what user did it, or information about the user's machine. Maybe this payload shouldn't run, but it might run on a subset of machines because of configuration management issues. So we might want to collect some detail about that machine for remediation purposes. Maybe we want to actually implant some kind of backdoor if we're going to do a little more of a full scope assessment of the environment, or providing some level of education either in real time or after the fact to the user. And incidentally, when it comes to real time versus after the fact, a lot of research will show that bringing the response to the action close into the action itself is going to be most effective. I mean, and if you think about it, you've known this for a long time, right? If you, own a dog or own a cat or whatever, you don't say, hey, don't do that, 6 hours after they've done something, because they're like, what the hell? Why are you talking to me about this? Why are you so pissed off? You've got to go ahead and bring the response as close as possible. And this is actually part of what we do in AppSec as well, right? We're trying to get the response back to the developers about, hey, you wrote some code here that's problematic, let's fix it. You want to bring that response as close to the writing of the code as possible, because that's going to be what improves the future quality of code. So our payload needs to balance whatever our goals are, right? Avoid detection if at all possible, get the point across. Now, what can that be? It really depends on the particular engagement. It could be a simple message. Hey, you plug this in. You really shouldn't plug this in. In the future, if you get one of these, go ahead and call the help desk, or go ahead and drop it off to security, or whatever it is that makes sense in your particular scenario. Next, what else could we do? Well, if we need a more full-featured payload, we could use something like Meterpreter. Some of you may or may not have worked with the Meterpreter payload in the past from the Metasploit framework. It's a multi-purpose payload. It's going to be caught out of the box on a lot of EDRs, but of course you can repackage it and so forth to try and avoid detection, or encode it differently or what have you. But if you can get it running on a device, it's a very full-featured remote access tool that allows you to do all kinds of fun stuff, dump hashes from the device, take screenshots, turn on the webcam, turn on the microphone, install keyloggers, all kinds of good and horrible times. MSF Venom is an encoder that comes with the Metasploit framework that you can utilize to take various payloads and re-encode those to try and avoid detection. Or build your own. Here's Meterpreter, and this is just a very small example of some of the commands that Meterpreter has the capability of enumerating all the stuff going on the desktop, do a keylogger, fire up a keylogger in here, go ahead and fire up the microphone and start recording from it, go ahead and take a snapshot or video stream from the webcam, all kinds of fun capabilities here. And like I said, when I say fun, I mean terrible. MSF Venom is a way for us to go ahead and encode and generate some of these payloads. Certainly, Meterpreter could be one of those payloads. And in this example, we're actually taking the Meterpreter payload and we're going ahead and hard coding the host that it's going to connect back to in this case. And we're going to encode this into an executable called evil.exe. Now, normally we'd name it something a little kind of less on the nose, but in this particular case, for example purposes, that's what we're doing. Based on the fact that we're doing a Windows-based payload, it's going to go ahead and package up this executable for Windows. And it goes ahead and chooses a default architecture of 32-bit x86. And then if we go ahead and run the file command, so in Linux, what the file command does is it will go ahead and look at the header, or what's known as the magic bytes in the header of a file. And these bytes are consistent for a particular file type. And so you can see here it comes back as a 32-bit executable for Microsoft Windows. Cool. Now I can go ahead, put this out to a Windows box and run it, and it will go ahead and perform that connection back. But we can also do payloads in other ways too, like PowerShell. PowerShell is a shell and scripting construct within, it originally started with Windows. It's now cross-platform. You can install PowerShell and use PowerShell in Linux and in Mac OS as well. But just a very, very feature-rich language, very easy to create all kinds of scripts and interactions. Being built for Windows, Windows is a first-class citizen for it. It's got a tremendous amount of capability within Windows, accessing all different kinds of capabilities within the Windows operating system, as well as within the various APIs. Now, let's go ahead and use PowerShell in conjunction with a utility called Veil to create a Windows payload. Oh, get ahead of myself here. Do I actually have 2 copies of VM open? I do. Look at that. Okay, so for this, we're going to go here to lab 2.1. You're going to use Slingshot and you're going to fire up Veil. Veil is a framework for generating payloads. The focus of this framework is around creating various kinds of capabilities to potentially evade detection. So in this particular case, we're going to go ahead and look at some evasion tooling. We're going to take a payload here, in this case, selecting payload 22, which is a PowerShell-based Meterpreter payload. And then we're going to go ahead and be able to set some options on that payload. We're going to go ahead and configure this payload, and we're going to essentially hard code it to connect back to Slingshot. Okay, so we're going to set the host, the target host, meaning Slingshot, at 10.10.78.1, and it's going to connect back on port 4444. Now we can go ahead and generate this payload. And we're going to get a couple of files here. We're going to get a file with a .rc extension that we run on Slingshot to set up a handler that's going to wait for that connection back from our payload. And then we've got a batch file, right? A .bat file, which we can go ahead and put over to Windows. And all this batch file does is call that PowerShell script and execute it. And that's going to execute the Meterpreter payload, connect back to Slingshot, where we've got a handler sitting there waiting for it. But we still have to get that batch file over to Windows. So first, we're going to go ahead and we're going to run our RC file so that we've got a handler sitting here waiting for that connection on Slingshot. Then we're going to go ahead and go find that batch file, which is going to be under var libvail output source. You'll be able to go ahead and copy and paste these blocks to, make life a little easier if you want. Now, from this directory, we're going to start up a very simple web server. And the reason for this is so we don't have to worry about kind of copying and pasting it over to Windows or anything of that nature. We'll just download it from Windows using the web browser. So we're going to run an HTTP server sitting on port 8000 here on Slingshot. And then from Windows, you're going to go to 10.10.78.1 port 8000, which is this. It's going to show you the stuff in that directory, var libvail output source. In this case, it's just going to be this batch file. You're going to save that file, and then you're going to go ahead and run it. When you run it, you should go ahead and going back to Slingshot to your handler that's sitting there waiting. You should see a Meterpreter session opened. And then you're going to go ahead and move into that session. And then go ahead and start using Meterpreter to see some of the power of this capability once you've got this payload running. Now you're going to run commands here and it will take actions on your Windows VM. You can go ahead and look here at some of from Rapid7 site, creators and maintainers of the Metasploit framework. You can go ahead and see some of the capabilities and the commands that you can run from Meterpreter and take a little bit of time and play around with this, right? If you have not before, you're going to see some really, really interesting stuff and capabilities in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's move into this lab. So this is lab 2.1. You're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute stretch break during this. Follow the steps carefully. Make sure that note what steps you're supposed to be doing on Slingshot, and then what steps you're supposed to be doing on Windows. For the most part, it's going to be the first portions of the lab are going to be in Windows or in Slingshot. And then from there, you're going to move over to Windows, connect, download that batch file, run it, and then you're going to go back to Slingshot to interact with that Meterpreter session that you've got opened. Let's give you 35 minutes for the lab and 5 minutes for the break. So I'm going to put a clock up for 40 minutes. Again, I highly recommend when you start to go ahead and do a quick connectivity check between the two VMs. Again, that's just ping 10.10.78.1 from Windows and ping 10.10.78.2 from Slingshot. You'll need to Control-C this one to stop it. Linux does a continuous ping unless you specify otherwise. And validate that connectivity. If you have problems with that, fix that first. But out of the box, when you boot these up, they should be able to see each other if they're both up at the same time. Okay. So 40 minutes, go ahead and get started. Reach out if you have questions. All right, folks, I'm going to put 5 more minutes on the clock here, just so that you can go ahead and wrap up. If you have not, go ahead and take a quick 5 minute break, stretch, all that kind of good stuff, and we'll see you in 5. All right, we're going to throw a quick poll out and make sure everybody's done.
Oh.
Great, folks. How are we doing? Like a decent number of folks are done. All right, we're going to very quickly get into the next lab here. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so PowerShell is obviously something that we can use here that has a tremendous amount of flexibility when it comes to the various capabilities, cross-platform and all that kind of good stuff. We saw Veil here that can do this, but there are certainly many other ways to generate attacks using PowerShell. As well as Meterpreter. There's plenty of alternatives here. Now, you saw a batch file, right? But notice inside that is just straight PowerShell. You can edit that yourself. You can make modifications to it. And actually, that can make a difference in terms of the potential for EDR to detect it and identify what's going on here. Now, when it comes to creating payloads, we may want to go ahead and use things like Meterpreter. But the problem is the bigger the payload and the more complex the payload it gets, the more likely it is that an EDR or some other kind of detection mechanism's going to trigger on it, right? And the more functionality you add, the more strings, the more capabilities, the more likely it is to get detected. So we might want to craft something a little more purpose-built and a little more straightforward, especially if we're just tracking things like click rates. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to now in lab 2.2, we're going to go ahead and go back to the simple social engineering tracker, firing up our container. We're going to create a new campaign and a new code for that campaign. Then we're going to go ahead and within Slingshot, you're going to modify a basic payload that we've created here to add in the unique code for your particular campaign. So you're going to put in your campaign's code ID here. And then you're going to go ahead and fire it from Slingshot. If you go back over to your simple social engineering tracker, you'll see that it has logged a click. And now, instead of actually clicking a link, what we did was we went ahead and made that HTTP GET request to the code ID, which registers as a click, even though it wasn't actually fired from a website. Now, you'll notice in the dashboard here in SSET that there's user and IP address fields. We can go ahead and leverage those in Windows to go ahead and get some additional data in here. So we're going to start though in Slingshot, add in some code here for getting the IP address. And then we're going to make some modifications to the script. Now we're modifying a different script, basic payload 1. You're going to go ahead and run that from Slingshot. This time you're going to run it with sudo because you're grabbing a socket. So you need super user privileges for that. Going back, you're going to see that we now have an IP address, but not a user for our second click. Now, we're going to go ahead and switch over to the Windows side. On Windows, you're going to have a basic payload one as well. You're going to go ahead and plug in the correct code ID for your campaign. You've got your IP code here to get the IP address, and you're also going to have some code here to get the username in Windows. Then you're going to go ahead and use PyInstaller to package up this basic payload file completed as an executable. And then you're going to go ahead and serve it up from Windows. And then from within Windows, you're going to go ahead and download and run that executable. So you're serving Windows to Windows here. And you should go back and you should see now a username as well. Once you're done, shut down the asset container to go ahead and reset it. And we'll go ahead and do some more work along these lines in the next lab. So this is going to be lab 2.2. We're going to give you 35 minutes for this one. So this is lab 2.2, 35 minutes. Go ahead and get started. All right, folks, welcome back. So let's go ahead and put a poll up and see how we're doing here. Just one second. Okay, it's I know there are a couple of folks looking for some more time. That's totally cool. I see I'm getting an active question or two in DMs. So I'm gonna put 10 more minutes on the clock. For those of you who are done, go ahead and take a break. Get up and kind of walk about a bit and all that kind of good stuff. And we'll check back here in 10. All right, folks, welcome back. Let's go ahead and carry on here. Believe it or not, we only have a few more slides, and then we're going to be into our next lab. It's Laborama this morning. Let's get moving. Okay, so to kind of summarize this one, and I think one person has some lingering challenges, but I think the rest of you had this one sorted pretty well. So we took a normal Python script. So now we're doing something a little more bespoke here. And taking and making some modifications to it. And all it's really doing is some very, very simple actions. It's doing an HTTP GET request. It's doing a couple of system calls to determine the IP address by making a call to an outside host, specifically Gmail, and also pulling the username in the case of Windows. We use PyInstaller to pull all of this together and create an executable for it. You can go ahead and do this with a number of different languages. As I noted, my friend Josh, who was having a problem with detections with PyInstaller the other day, took his code, threw it into ChatGPT, and got C# code that he was able to readily use on a Windows box instead, that avoided detections that PyInstaller was getting picked up by. So bear that in mind. You can go ahead and adjust these requirements. You can even work with, again, not to leverage ChatGPT too heavily, but you can even use it to help you write some of this kind of stuff and create code that people haven't really seen before. Now, we can take this and continue to enhance upon it, which is what we're going to do now. So we have PyInstaller, right, which we've already used to build executables. We can also go ahead and build executables for Linux and for Mac OS as well, which can be very helpful depending on your environment. Obviously, if you've done your reconnaissance work, you should know what kind of desktops people are using. We can also go ahead and make other modifications with packages like PyInstaller, including things like changing the iconography of the executable, and even including metadata to make it look much more convincing and much more like a legitimate binary. Now, and we'll actually get into that here in just a little bit. So a couple of things that might help, right? And yes, we always like to joke that users will click on anything, and but the more information and the more blanks that we can fill in on our executable that we hand off to somebody, or file that we hand off to somebody, you will get an increased likelihood of that particular file being run and doing what it needs to do. So make your stuff look like the part, right? Fill out metadata, fill out icons, all that kind of stuff, not just kind of a blank indicator of a blank executable with command prompt. So let's go ahead and create something that's a little more convincing, taking our existing work and kind of riffing on it. And that brings us to Lab 2.3. So for Lab 2.3, we're going to go ahead and we're going to, on the Windows side, go to a command prompt. We're going to go to the tools pretty payload directory. We're going to see here that we've got a PNG file. We're going to go ahead and run this batch file. What this is going to do is convert this PNG file to an ICO file, an icon file, and it's going to resize it and rename it so that we can more readily pull this in with PyInstaller. Now, go ahead and take a look at the batch file, because even though we've created this for you for ease of use, I strongly recommend taking some time to look at it and understand what it's doing. Then when you go ahead and run that, you'll see your new icon file here. You'll see it looks from Explorer very similar to the original PNG file, but with the icon file, we can more readily work with it. Going back to our basic payload 1 file and PyInstaller, now we're going to add in our icon file, and we're going to create a new executable, basic payload 1.exe, which we've seen, but now it has an icon associated with it too. But if we take a look at the properties of it, we see the metadata is pretty bare, right? There's not a lot of interesting stuff going on here. So let's go ahead and create something a little more convincing. Now going to the C tools version strings directory, we've got a version templates file. You're going to make a copy of it that you're going to modify. And then you're going to go in there and create some metadata to pull into our executable as well. So go ahead and make some modifications to it. You can change these things to whatever you like, as long as you're working within these strings here. And then go ahead and run PyInstaller again, pointing it at that icon file and also pointing it at our version information to pull in that metadata as well. And then go ahead and point at this Python script. Again, if you don't want to type all this out, you've got this handy little copy button right here to copy that to the clipboard, pull it into Windows and run it. And then that will go ahead and create your new basic payload one. If you go ahead and then run that, you'll see first off the version information and that good metadata, very specific here. And now if you go ahead and run it, just double click on it and run it, you'll actually see that metadata get reflected in Task Manager as well, which is pretty cool. So this is going to make it blend in much more readily, with these changes that you've made. Okay, now in this example, you don't need to have Slingshot running for this. This is all a Windows lab. But if you do have Slingshot open and you're using the same code IDs and that Docker container is still up, it should register clicks associated with this as well when you go ahead and run this. Okay, so go ahead and get started on this. There's some pretty explicit steps here, but there's a decent number of them. So I'm going to give you probably 25 minutes for this one, and then go ahead and we'll come on back and we'll see how we're doing. And we'll have a little bit more time to work through some material before we get into lunch. All righty, where is my timer? There it is. So 25 minutes for this one. Again, we'll poll and see how people are doing at the end of that time period, but go ahead and get started. All right, let's put this poll up for you and see how we're doing. So let us know how you're doing on Lab 2.3. Folks are looking pretty good. Looks like we're okay. Sounds good. Let's keep going. All right, so there was a lot going on in this lab, and we abstracted a lot of it for you by pre-installing a lot of prerequisites for conversions and packaging and template files, all that kind of good stuff. But so if you're going to take an approach directly like this one, I would definitely recommend using what we already have here and using that to build something. And of course, you can then take that and export it out of here and utilize it if you want to. Now, the other thing, though, to consider is there are other ways to answer this problem. As was pointed out in chat, not everybody has a situation where they can run executables. Yeah, totally understand that. So go ahead and at that point, you're going to need to figure out what works for your environment. If it's not executables, maybe it's batch files, maybe it's PowerShell files, maybe it's, it really depends on your situation. If you're running things like application control or things of that nature, it does get more complicated. There are ways around a lot of these things, and certainly your red team, if you have internal red team resources, can help kind of point you in the right direction for things that will be effective. But a lot of these techniques that we're showing you are trying to make things more convincing, more enticing to the user, making them more likely to run. Taking this and going a step further, I mean, you'll notice in your downloads here, you'll see some notes about, hey, the publisher of the program couldn't be verified and all that kind of stuff. It is possible to go ahead and do code signing and, code sign the things that you're going to put down to folks and use. There's some intricacies to that process, but they're not horribly complicated. Now, that's one way to, get away from some of these little error messages and so forth. But also realize that by default, file extensions and things of that nature are also going to be hidden in a lot of cases. So people won't necessarily know it's an executable. And it depends on the anti-malware, but some payloads won't get flagged. As I said, Windows Defender has started to get more wise to PyInstaller, but there are other ways to execute this kind of maneuver. Now, wrapping up the payload section, you have a number of different ways to go ahead and be able to, take existing payloads and modify those, edit those, things like Resource Hacker and so forth. You can go ahead and take a payload and put it in like a compressed archive and make it a self-extracting archive. So this is something that can help bypass a lot of email-based detection mechanisms because they can't open up the and kind of run the binaries inside. Sometimes that'll work. Sometimes those will put out other warnings to the user. So a lot of this is going to come down to testing before doing these kinds of deployments. Also, some more advanced techniques, things like ghostwriting, which would be taking something, a payload that is currently being detected by your endpoint software, breaking it down to assembly code, and then making some modifications at the assembly layer, which essentially cancel each other out. So, pushing something onto a register and then popping it off the register. Those are two different steps that are functionally identical to doing nothing if you do one right after the other. You're just putting something in a location in memory and then pulling it out of that location in memory. But what that does is it changes the code itself, changes the hash value of the payload, a number of other things. And so it may thwart certain types of detection-based algorithms. Again, Getting this stuff working in a particular environment is going to involve understanding what the protections are in that environment and kind of working around and through those. Remember, your adversaries will do this as well. All right, from here, let's get into pretexting a little bit. So pretexting is manipulating people either in person or over the phone, very common type of social engineering. But this is a little different because there's more direct interaction. So when we directly interact with individuals, all kinds of things can go right or wrong. We're going to leverage our knowledge of the principles of persuasion that we talked about yesterday. We'll add in some additional variables like body language and things of that nature as well to kind of get this to the maximum amount of effectiveness. Okay. My break alarm just went off, so let's take one last quick break before we go to lunch. Lunch will be in about 20 minutes. So we're just going to do a 5-minute break here, get up, move around, get your eyes off the screen for a little bit, and then we'll continue into pretexting and then wrap up pretext when we get back from lunch. 5 minutes. We'll see you then. All right. So speaking of pretexting, it's worth noting some of the exploits again of Kevin Mitnick. As I said, people can argue his technical capacity, his technical capabilities, and I think those are certainly potentially up for debate. But very few people would probably contradict his ability from a social engineering perspective. And Kevin was one of those people who could do that stuff in person very, very readily. There's one example of many where he was going into a telecom office, and when he's just challenged by the guard to sign in and so forth, indicates that he doesn't have his badge, forgot his badge, he'll have to get a new badge, all that kind of stuff, has a story ready to go for that, right? So pre-work here being very important, not leaving a lot of stuff to chance. Indicates and uses real information, notes a name from another branch office. Got to be careful with this though too. You start name dropping. If you find somebody who knows somebody else, you want them to be well known enough to cause comfort, but not so much so that people can get suspicious and say, oh, well, let me just call them, or leverage somebody who's maybe out of the office or whatever that particular day. But this lends credence and belief to his presence, and of course, along with acting like he belongs there, he gets let in. And in some cases, when he's actually, in a particular location and starting to get challenged, he can defer a conversation or a confrontation by pretending to be on the phone, right? Hey, oh yeah, I just got here. They're giving me some trouble getting in, all that kind of good stuff, but I'm in now. I'm starting to work through and see what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And, people are going to be very hands-off when they see people on phones. They're very hesitant to interrupt them. And they'll go ahead and, in this case, leverage that very much to his advantage. Now, you can do this in person, you can do this online, you can do this on the phone. On the phone or in person tend to be some of the more effective versions of this. But regardless, as always, we got to start with our goals, right? What are we trying to do? What are we leveraging pretexting to achieve? We are maybe trying to convince somebody of something, maybe convincing somebody to do something or convincing somebody to help us in some way. I talked about the example yesterday of the smokers, the people who go to the backloading dock, have a smoke there periodically. Doing that is going to be a type of behavioral pretexting, right? It's going to engender you to those individuals because you're fitting in. You're doing something else that other people are doing, and therefore potentially encouraging that kind of interaction, right? And, engendering yourself to them such that when you walk up to the back door and, oh, you forgot your badge at your desk, blah, 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 we're going to be more likely to let you in. Gaining acceptance. This can be done in person, over the phone. The focus here is trust, right? Changing behavior, of course, is one of the key elements of this. Lowering people's guard, maybe getting them to, do something or provide some kind of information that you would not have previously. Like all of social engineering, pretexting is about altering or influencing behavior. It's doing it, though, in a more personal sense, whether it be those interactions over the phone or in person. In both cases, you can be very, very effective. Now, when it comes to perception versus reality, we've all seen the movies or the TV shows or whatever that show people hacking things, and they'll use a lot of terms, and sometimes those terms are bad, and sometimes those terms are used in the wrong ways, or sometimes the words are reversed around. I mean, some shows have gotten this right. One of my favorite quote unquote hacker movies is probably Sneakers, which ties in very, very heavily to social engineering, as that is a kind of a big element of that particular movie. If you haven't seen it, definitely recommend it. it was finally time to put it down in front of my kids and show it to them a couple of weeks ago. And I think I found it on Amazon for like, I think it was like $4 to rent it and stream it for 24 hours. Definitely worth a watch if you have never seen it before. It's back from the 90s, right? So it not exactly a modern representation of technology. There's modems and all that kind of fun stuff, but that's not really the objective. The stuff that's there that is important and relevant and still stands the test of time today is a lot of the social interactions and the social engineering elements of some of it. And we'll reference some of those, later on today as well. But rather than getting into a lot of these, kind of convoluted terms and all this kind of stuff to gain access to something, instead, you can go ahead and call somebody and say, hey, I'm the county password inspector. And, people are going to want to help you. Yes, absolutely. Would you like to know about my password strength? Oh, you're from IT? I've had people try to give me their password over the phone. And I'm just like, no, don't do that. Not outside of social engineering engagements, when I'm trying to like help or support somebody, with some kind of technology problem. I'm gonna give you this password. I'm like, no, don't. What are you doing? Stop that. And you sometimes have to convince people not to give away this information, which of course, at the end of the day is our objective, right? We're trying to see what we can achieve and help educate and improve. So from a psychology perspective, referencing back the principles of persuasion and influence from Cialdini yesterday, some of these directly tie in to pretexting. Remember to fit in, right? Act like you belong. Think about what Kevin Mitnick did with, going to the telco office. He dressed like somebody who belonged there, had, an ultimate level of comfort in the room, and, presented himself as somebody who needed to be there and do something. Remember, people like themselves. Are you a smoker? Are you, eating a particular kind of food, or are you engaging in some kind of activity that resonates with me? These are all things that are going to kind of help build that rapport and make it more likely to be able to achieve your desired result. Look for visual as well as nonverbal cues. We'll dive into a little more detail on these here shortly, but they will give you great indicators of your overall progress during pretexting. Now, it's great sometimes to do this in person because you have access to both visual and nonverbal cues. But even if you are over the phone, you can still be pretty amazingly effective at this. You can hear when people are smiling in their, on the other side of a phone. You can hear when people are suspicious on the other side of the phone. You hear it in tone. You hear it in how they clip or, enunciate words. There's a number of different ways to do this. And remember to appeal to people's either sense of desire to help others or self-preservation. Hey, my boss is going to kill me if I don't get this thing done by this time, and blah, blah, blah. All of these kinds of things can help achieve your objective, whatever that may be. Reconnaissance is hugely important. I do, by the way, highly recommend, if you have not had an opportunity to do so, DEF CON does a social engineering capture the flag every year. They have, because of the recording laws, what they will do is you can't access the recordings of the social engineering. So basically what will happen with the CTF is if you're selected to participate, you get a certain amount of time to build and do reconnaissance and build a dossier on your intended targets. So you get that information in advance and what it is that you're attempting to get from them, specific flags of information. It could be something like a name or an IP address or a physical location or whatever, or it could be all of those things. And you've got to go ahead and pull all of that information, or as much of that information, out of them as possible. Now, that reconnaissance element is very, very important. And so, like I said, I would definitely recommend checking out some of those SECTF videos. They're out there on YouTube. Because of recording laws, while they are recorded, they can't post those on YouTube. because different states are different in terms of consent laws. And, obviously this stuff is being done without the consent of the target. But what they will do is they'll do recreations. So they'll have multiple people reading through the scripts of the conversations. And so you can kind of utilize that to get a feel for how this goes. Also, if any of you listen to the Darknet Diaries podcast, definitely worth checking out the one that they did with Aletha Dennis, who was the black badge winner from the SECTF a few years back. And she goes into some really great detail about, kind of the work and the prep that she did. Definitely worth checking those things out. But if you're going to do over the phone pretexting, definitely do your reconnaissance, do your research, understand the people you're calling, the organization, particulars, be ready with a story, first, second, third lead-ins, the ways to deal with all the various branches of the conversation and where that can go. In person, physical pretexting is going to be a big deal. So you're going to want to get all the physical elements you can, understand what people are wearing, what kind of identification and badges are used. We'll get into that in more detail. Are there guards present? Are there cameras? What are various entry and exit points? And, what are the physical security controls around all of those? All of this is key, because here's the thing. Remember, part of this is about fitting in and looking the part, looking like you belong. If you walk up to a building and you don't know how to get in the door, or you don't know what the right door is, or you don't know that you have to show, your badge to the security guard, or all those kinds of things, you are immediately going to look like you don't belong. You're going to arouse suspicion, and things are going to go downhill from there from a perspective of an engagement. So think about all of these elements. As defenders, realize that all of these elements and gathering this information is going to be critical to an adversary that's going to execute against these kinds of things. So limit their ability to obtain this information whenever possible. Phone-based reconnaissance is still important, right? But some elements are different, less focused on some of the physical pieces, right? Who cares about what people wear and things of that nature? It's a little less important, but preparation is still crucial. Have a story. The best, people are suckers for stories. There's a reason that Disney and Universal and, movie studios and all these other kinds of things are so popular, right? People go to these experiences to hear a story, right? To have a story told to them that is visually or sound wise or whatever, pleasing and engaging. So realize that you have a story to tell here as well, and be prepared to tell it. In some cases, leverage real people, real credentials when necessary, but be cautious about how much you use those. Have contextual information about the environment or the location that you can leverage, again, to kind of put people at ease, make yourself feel and look like you belong. Does that make sense? We need to do a lot of things here to be convincing. In person, the difficulty gets raised significantly, because not only do we need to have all of those elements that we had over the phone, we add in the additional elements of the physical perspective, dress, ability to interact with the environment and look like you belong, both from an attitude perspective as well as a confidence perspective. But you get an advantage of having both visual and verbal cues as well. So you can kind of know when things are going wrong, when you're having problems, and when you maybe need to adjust and correct course to try and avoid detection. Okay, so it is time for lunch. Let's go ahead and stop here. I'm going to put up a timer for an hour and 15 minutes. This should give you enough time to get lunch and come on back, and then we will resume. We'll continue on. We have one more lab to do, and my intent would be to get you into our Capture the Human by probably about 4 o'clock my time, also known as 3 o'clock classroom time. So go ahead and head on out. We will see you in an hour 15. Enjoy your lunch and have fun. We'll see you in a bit. All right, folks, welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a fabulous meal or rest or whatever it is you do with your lunch periods. So we were talking about pretexting. One other note, if you are running on devices with resource constraints, low amounts of RAM, whatever, you can feel free to go ahead and shut down that Windows VM now. We will not need it for the rest of the day. By all means, you can certainly refer back to it if you have questions or anything else that you want to do with it as far as the class goes and kind of reworking through the exercises. But we will no longer need it for the rest of today. The Capture the Human, Lab 2.4 are both going to utilize the Slingshot VM. All right, so we were talking about the in-person and looking for those facial expressions and body language. There's a number of different things to look for. One visual cue that is certainly kind of a dead giveaway is smiles. Now, a smile is one of those things that can either be really apparent or can be really obvious that it's done in falsity, that it's not a real smile, or genuine indication of joy or some kind of emotional involvement. If you are in a place where you're getting a smile in response, you're going to want to look carefully for those cues. George over here has a quote unquote real smile. He has in full engagement of the face muscles here, so you can kind of see how the eyes, you've got kind of the creasing and the cheeks are kind of pulling up a little bit. You can see a significant difference here. Now, contrast that with Brittany's smile. Now, this is no shade on Brittany, to be clear, right? Brittany's had a rough, couple of decades here, but if you look at okay. But if you look at what you see here, and fake and unnatural are not necessarily different things. I think this was kind of the pre-Botox period. This shot's from a ways back. But one thing you note here is a lack of engagement of the rest of the facial muscles. It's something that is pretty apparent, the difference between the two. Now, even if you're, in the pandemic world, there are still plenty of areas using face masks. Even with that, you can still get some of those visual cues, right? You see that eye involvement and even a little bit of that cheek involvement with my horrible Photoshop job here. And, the same thing with Brittany. Again, you see that kind of lack of engagement in the upper half or even the upper 2/3 of the face, indicating that at minimum, there's disinterest, but potentially, moving its way into either humoring you or maybe kind of working its way towards suspicion. Speaking of, taking the rest of the body into account can be a factor here as well. That is both for you as well as the subject you're interacting with. You need to appear engaging and non-threatening to other individuals, right? Don't cross your arms. That's an indicator that you're, and this is a very natural instinct for people. Like my wife looks pissed off all the time and constantly walks around, doesn't walk around with her arms crossed, but constantly has a resting position. She has her arms crossed. And it really, you see a lot of people react to it. And I always have to kind of remind her, which is hysterical, right? Because she has more degrees in psychology than I do. But it's just kind of her natural resting position. And yet it factors so much into how people react to and interact with her. Avoid pointing, right? Pointing fingers, definitely something you want to avoid that kind of behavior when engaging with an individual. Little bit of angle towards them indicates interest and engagement, rather than kind of leaning back indicates maybe a more relaxed position, less engagement, but also potentially not taking them seriously. Palms facing up as opposed to down. This is an indicator of kind of a sense of openness. And this sounds corny, right? But these are things that people even unconsciously will observe and process. Eye contact is a great one. Now, some people are very uncomfortable with eye contact. You know, a lot of individuals from other, you know, from certain cultures, individuals with various types of neurodiversity diagnoses may also engage in or struggle with eye contact. That's fine, right? There are tricks to this. You can certainly attempt to, you know, look at something near their eyes without it being totally obvious. A lot of people like to focus on the bridge of the nose or things of that nature. I'm a person like this. I don't do a lot of eye contact with people for the most part, because a lot of people find that somewhat aggressive, but you want to do some of it because it shows a level of engagement. Too much, though, is also an indicator of a problematic behavior, right? That can be construed by some as something that's a little bit kind of creepy and off-putting. So there's a fine line here. And this is a finesse element that you'll kind of figure out on your own as you interact with people. And those levels can be different for different people too, unfortunately. Take a close look at what your target's doing with their eyes, right? The eyes can tell you a tremendous amount, whether it be interest, distrust, surprise, and many other reactions. Also look for indicators of, you know, you're wasting somebody's time. Are they looking at the clock? Are they looking at their watch? Other levels of engagement. There was a VP I used to, that I used to report to in one job. And he had a very distinct habit of, if you didn't have his attention, the phone came out, right? And the phone came out and he started to look through it and he started to scroll through it. And, you know, you had to watch for that. And it was one of those things where it was just apparent as day, right? But you have to react to that and respond to that, because by the time the phone comes out, you're starting to lose them. So you got to watch for those reactions, watch for the hand movements start to go towards the table, and then they go down to the phone. And, you know, you have to watch for that kind of stuff and be ready to react and respond to that. Some eye tells, right? You can look at these and probably without even the words, get a very quick indicator of what's going on here, right? You've got some suspicion over here, some potential fear, surprise, some similarities here, but not completely. Anger. And you were probably able to look at these even without the words here in the center and determine what these were. So you're already part of the way there in reacting and responding to these kinds of tells appropriately. Some in-person resources. Paul Ekman's got a great book here called Emotions Revealed. There's another one. It was written by a FBI interrogator. I forget the title of it. I'll dig it up. And, you know, there's a number of books here that you can read that can also kind of help you identify some of these elements as well, right? There's a lot of psychology to body language and to general emotions. Understanding some of that is going to greatly help you with in-person pretexting. Now, from a phone perspective, phone is somewhat easier to do, right? Some people find the in-person elements to be very kind of unnerving, and they find that they're more effective on the phone. That's okay, right? It's not a problem to have that be kind of the point of view in the situation where you're interacting with these folks. Now, but you need a story, and you need to make sure that your users are aware of these kinds of pretext attempts. I've absolutely seen these utilized sometimes without prior knowledge, right? Indicating not an engagement, an actual adversary trying to attempt some of these kinds of approaches. They absolutely do work. So we need to understand what they are and be prepared for them. But as the caller, you need to come in to play with a scenario. Now, there can be many different scenarios, right? I alluded to one of these yesterday morning, and that's the help desk. So I'm a help desk person. I'm calling the help desk, and I'm acting as a user. We'll flip this in the next example. But I call the help desk. I'm a user. I don't know what's going on. I'm having a problem, right? Maybe I'm trying to get some information about a particular target. and I can pose as that user, maybe try to get some information about, hey, my machine's running real slow. What are some things I can look for? Oh, look and see if, so-and-so endpoint detection suite is running. Go ahead and go here, go to task manager, go look at this, blah, blah, blah. If you can successfully authenticate as a user, maybe able to answer security questions or however their reset procedure works, perform password resets in some cases. A lot of times you can get a picture of what a password reset workflow looks like, sometimes without even engaging in a phone call, by going to a forgot password link for one of their websites. These are often readily available via the internet. Also potentially trying to gain credentials or other kind of access, maybe trying to elevate access, get access to a share. Hey, I need access to this share. My boss is, expecting this report by this time. And, unfortunately I put it off. And now I go to the share and I can't get into it. Oh, what's the share name? This is what it is. Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and get you access to that. Now, at the worst, you can go ahead and fake disconnection, hang up, whatever. If they're like, oh, we need to get approval from so-and-so, what's the username again? And then go ahead and exit the call. We can flip this script though, too. And this is one that I find to be very effective because our help desk people are usually pretty well inoculated against these kinds of pretexts. They're not perfect by any means, nobody is. But I do find flipping the scenario and approaching an end user posing as IT or some kind of vendor can be very, very effective. So I gave an example of this scenario yesterday. So you call an individual, hey, having a problem with X software package that's supposed to be on your device. Can you do me a favor and run these couple of commands so that we can go ahead and see, and then from there start getting a picture of software inventory. Hey, look at program files. Do you see this folder? No. What folders do you see? And eventually lead, potentially over multiple calls, lead up to getting them to go ahead and run some kind of software package or install something or make some kind of connection to like a third-party service that allows you to remotely manage their machine. That's, unfortunately, the wonders of the web are, even if we restrict executables, there's a lot of capabilities if people can just visit websites through the wonders of, great technologies like HTML5 and so forth that really do enable our business, but also enable a lot of attack scenarios that would have been very, very difficult to pull off a number of years ago. But getting information about a system, getting information about credentials, systems and applications, enticing users, we've talked through all of these scenarios already. Now, also think about when to call. Sometimes as important as what to discuss when you call is when you call. Understand the habits of the target. If you're calling a help desk, for example, does the help desk get outsourced after hours, or is your outsourced help desk more or less diligent? Sometimes it can be, it can go either way, right? Sometimes you can find outsourced help desks that are definitely more rules stringent, and then some that don't do, good validation before doing something like, resetting passwords and things of that nature. Also remember the whole idea of urgency. Remember that principle of persuasion, right? Of scarcity. Well, what if you call somebody right before lunch? Or right before the end of the day, or, if it's a Monday through Friday workplace, calling on Friday at, 4:45 or 4:55. What happens? People are rushed. People want to get off the phone. They want to clock out and they want to go, they want to go home. They want to go on their weekend, all that kind of stuff. If you are engaging in some of these kind of time sensitive approaches, also think about the time zones, right? Are you calling somebody in the same time zone or a different time zone? You might be angling for end of the day and you might get somebody who, just came into work. Also think about holidays, company holidays, long weekends, things like that, that may also allow you to introduce some urgency and to where they try to get you off the phone faster. And when people try to get you off the phone faster, they tend to shortcut. They tend to make mistakes. They tend to do things that they would not normally do. So some pretexting scenarios that we have found to be helpful in the past. The user who either doesn't know what they're doing, having some kind of weird system errors, or the user who's traveling. Our objective here is to try and get some kind of information out of the help desk or attempt a password reset. Traveling is a great cover for this, especially if, hey, I forgot my phone, I don't have access to my MFA token, left it in my other pants, left it at home, so on and so forth. What are your organization's secondary and tertiary ways of authenticating this user? And be respectful, be pleasant in these scenarios, but also put a little bit of that edge of, you're getting kind of frustrated, you're getting desperate, you really need to access this thing. Don't be afraid to throw in some things about how your boss is gonna, get you in a lot of trouble if you don't get this report to them by 5 o'clock. And also think about leveraging some background noise, make it sound like there's, stuff going on behind you. This can help lend credence to the traveling scenario. Next thing. So this is a attack typically against an end user looking to try to get them to do something, right? Open a link, open an attachment, etc. Do your reconnaissance, know the target, know the kind of things they're interested in, send them the information ahead of time. That's going to lend credence. So when you tell them, hey, this thing's already in your inbox, it's like magic to them, right? It lends some level of credence. It's almost like you're looking at their email and know that this thing is there. Of course, because you sent it, right? But the whole point is it's lending some additional strength to your ask. Don't forget to have a story here. Story's important, but try and make a story that is robust, but not too over the top, right? Something that it's hard for the user to validate, but relatively easy to believe. Don't be afraid to leverage, emotional ties, things like, again, leveraging that overbearing boss who's looking to do something. And so as a result, you need them to take this action. You need them to review this report. You need them to approve this invoice that you've sent them, whatever it is. And then another scenario, kind of similar to the second one, but more information focused than taking some kind of action. This could be about things like the office environment, how you get in, entry points, when are guards staffed, all those kinds of things. What are the normal lunch hours? Do people smoke on the back dock? All that kind of stuff. Reconnaissance, again, is key here. Know some information enough to build a rapport and build confidence before you go in for that additional detail. Now, again, make sure that you have a story that's plausible and something that can stand up to some level of cursory scrutiny, but not so incredulous that it encourages them to kind of check up and research it further. Go with a plan of the information you're going after. Again, strongly recommend checking out some of the social engineering CTF videos from DEF CON. Great examples of doing this pre-work and achieving some of these kinds of objectives. Now, taking these and kind of riffing on them, or even kind of mashing some objectives together, is certainly doable, right? Pretexting, the more confident you are and the more creative you are, the more likely pretexting is to be successful, So think about things like, hey, I'm conducting a survey, right? I'm from HR, I'm conducting an employee survey. I need you to go ahead and, answer a couple of questions for me. Do you find your computer to be useful for your job? Oh, it's running slow. What kind of computer is that? Oh, it's this model. Okay. How long have you had that computer for? Okay. What kind of software is installed on it? And you can kind of lead into these tacks that can kind of push you into getting a lot more information than you would otherwise. Job inquiries, calling and asking about a specific job or a specific position can help you. Remember how we showed you that, job boards can show us a lot of kind of interesting supporting information about a company. Caller ID, right? Give a call to somebody, ask them and say, hey, you're from the help desk. I'm with telecom. I'm testing some settings here. What comes up on caller ID over here? Oh, this? Okay, yeah, great. Thank you. Just quick way to get that information, validate how things look on the other side of the PBX. And, remote support. We talked about this scenario earlier. I find the remote support scenario to be very, very effective in most cases. And maybe potentially setting up some kind of automated or fake IVR. So, an IVR is interactive voice response. So, you call somebody and present them, maybe mirror it with something like a survey. Hey, are you satisfied with your job or whatever, to catalog your results. I need you to input your employee ID number or your social security number or whatever. And so they input it on the keypad, right? Well, those tones is dial tone modulation frequency or DTMF. Well, if you can record those or capture those, now again, when it comes to recording on a phone call, obviously be very careful of the legalities of phone call recording in your environment. You can go ahead and run those through a device like this, which is the DTMF decoder, or you can even do this now with recordings with decoding tools and software like Multimon NG, for example. Plan, plan, plan. Pre-texting is most effective when people plan, when they come prepared with reconnaissance, when they come prepared with a story, and the branching paths of how that conversation can go and are prepared to handle all of those. And if they start getting suspicious and, there's still an opportunity for you to recover, plan for it. Plan for those answers, understand how you're going to interact with this particular individual. Now, another thing important when you come into the call, be upfront about, who you are. Don't be honest, right? Who you are from a story perspective, and, be direct. A lot of people are not a fan of having their time wasted. So if you're open and honest upfront, they will respect that, and you start building some rapport immediately. Be friendly, but avoid going kind of over the top. Also be aware of this individual, right? You should have done your reconnaissance on this already. Make sure that you keep it professional and businesslike, unless they're an individual that just kind of doesn't roll in that direction. You know what I'm saying? More casual individuals, just like we showed you in the ChatGPT examples yesterday. Craft your responses and your diction to the situation and the person. Be very careful with your tone, right? Again, you should have done your homework here on how you're going to interact with this person. Be clear, be slow, and make sure that they can hear and understand you. Time your call to match whatever it is you're trying to achieve, right? Sometimes it's best to call in the morning, sometimes in the evening, sometimes right before close. It really depends on what your achievement is. Make sure that your emotion comes through in the call. As crazy as it sounds, when you smile, when you laugh, when you interact, people can hear that and feel that through the phone. They can feel that warmth. Avoid cold interactions because they are going to turn most people off. You're going to be more likely, or you're going to be less likely to be able to get your effective result. Feel free to use some additional tools. Don't go crazy, but to provide some additional background things like background noises. Don't be afraid to take notes as you go and refer back to those during your call. Be careful with this. You don't want to sound like you're flipping through a notepad as you come back to respond to them. But, just make it clear based off of this. Don't force people to repeat themselves because then they get impatient. So if you're one of those people that doesn't have memory from one end of the call to the other, that's fine, right? I'm like that. Just write it down and refer back to it. Consider, especially if you're dealing with a male target, consider using a female individual to make the call. There is evidence showing to have a higher rate of success based off of this. Now, that's not perfect. And by all means, if you don't have that, it's certainly not a deal breaker, but it is something to consider. When it comes to making these calls, if you're using something like a mobile device, you can look at something like SpoofCard, which is an app for pre-texting. It allows you to add background noise to your call, allows you to set the caller ID displayed to the other individual, even has the capability to do some things like changing of the voice, recording the call where it's supported, and so on. So some really neat stuff here. This app is not free. You essentially purchase credits that you use via the app to go ahead and make calls. So some neat capabilities here for doing this kind of stuff on the go. From the other side of things, there's VoIP PBXs that you can utilize to do things like caller ID spoofing and other capabilities. These do require a little bit of work and setup, and there is, some cost associated with these, of course, as well. But if you're doing a lot of this kind of work, it is certainly well worth it. All right, so in this module, we talked about the idea of pre-texting. There's a lot of concepts here to kind of work through, and that's fine. The easiest thing to do with this is to kind of put it in action. And the funny part is, most of you probably already have. You've leveraged some of these concepts, whether you've realized it or not, in some of your interactions with other people. It's about taking that and more consciously doing it to achieve the desired result. Be creative, plan, come in with reconnaissance, and you'll have a much, much greater odds of success when it comes to pre-texting. From a defensive perspective, recognize this. Help your users recognize some of these tricks and things that people are going to push them to do or push them towards, and be ready for that. All right, let's get into the next lab. So this is a pretty fast lab. I'm a big fan of it. You are going to need to have a sound card for this one. So if you go to your virtual machine, you should find an item here for a sound card. If you go into your virtual machine settings, you should see a sound card here as well. That should be on the VM as it is installed from when you extract it. If for some reason you don't have it, you can add it. Now, you'll need to adjust the volume in the VM. You do this here with under system, sound and video, pulse audio volume control, and you can just go ahead and adjust your volume here. Now, sound leverages both a sound level on the VM as well as a sound level on your host. So you're going to need to tweak both of those potentially to hear some of this call data, right? So essentially what we've done is we've created a small website that will walk you through some pretexts and allow you to select some options to respond to the individual with. So it's all kind of self-contained. We've got it running in a container here. So for this, you're going to go into lab, pretext lab. You're going to run the go pretext script, which will fire up a container. This uses the same port as the SSET Docker container. So you're going to need to make sure that that is not running. If you do get a message that's that the port is already in use when you run this script, I would just recommend going ahead and rebooting the VM rather than trying to track down that other container. Just go ahead and reboot the VM and that will clear that container out. Go back here and run it again. Then from there, we've got a little bookmark here for you to bring up the exercise and go ahead and work through these various scenarios. This one's designed to be more or less self-driven. So once you get the container running and you're at this web page, you can pretty much go from there. And there will be some audio things that you're going to play back to kind of listen to and kind of work through. All right, this one, let's see, we're at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock class time. You probably don't need more than about 20 minutes to do this. So let's do 20 minutes for this, and we're going to give you another 5 minutes to take a quick, stretch and movement break. So that's going to be 25 minutes on the clock. Go ahead and get started on this. This is going to be lab 2.4. Have fun. All right, welcome back. So that lab is fairly quick. Nobody reached out with technical issues. So we're just going to assume that that one is done and kind of push forward. We will opt to skip the poll this time. So let's talk about a little bit about tailgating and physical access. This is one area that falls under the bounds of social engineering in some cases because there's a lot of elements of things like pretexting and so forth in here as well. But it also kind of crosses boundaries towards red team ops, covers a little bit of both. But it's worth covering in here because it is something that we do sometimes engage in as social engineers. Now, when it comes to physical social engineering, a lot of this is about, again, referring back to our principles from yesterday with Cialdini of persuasion. A lot of this is about looking the part, wearing clothes and outfits similar to what people wear in this facility. If they wear and, utilize ID badges, having an ID badge, following a lot of the norms and behaviors. In some cases, this can be as straightforward as, sitting out on the back dock where the smokers are and just kind of walking in behind everybody else, right? There are a lot of potentials here for physically getting identified. This is a big one to have the get out of jail free card or any kind of previous testing authorization handy during this. Now, in a lot of cases, physical penetration testing, social engineering, as I said, those lines blur a little bit in a lot of situations. Physical penetration testing tends to involve not just the elements of physical in terms of entry into a facility, but may also involve certain things like more mechanical things like defeating locks, manipulating or interacting with camera systems or microphones, and so forth. So a little bit of blurring here, but still more traditional physical penetration testing tends to go some significant steps further than what we see within social engineering. Certainly social engineering, a key part of any physical assessment, though, one way or the other. So there is, of course, a much higher risk of being discovered in these kinds of environments. What happens then? There's a couple of elements to this. One could be armed guards. There are some firms that will not do engagements where armed guards are present, right? So that's certainly an option from the services side of things. Obviously, we need to respect that if we're engaging people's services and we have that kind of security feature. If you are engaging those kind of services and you do have somebody who's willing to do that kind of work, then obviously you're going to need to, as the service provider, find out who the guard services are, make sure that you have that get out of jail free card on hand, planning and contact information for the point of contact within the organization, right? You're going to need to be able to get them on the phone very, very quickly. Law enforcement. It is very possible to get engagement with law enforcement in physical penetration testing. If you are stopped or engaged by law enforcement, most importantly, follow the instructions of the law enforcement officer. Do not argue with the law enforcement officer. Do not run from the law enforcement officer. Yes, these are kind of, of course I wouldn't do that, is your knee-jerk reaction. But we do strange things when adrenaline starts running. So make sure that you have those reactions under check, remain calm, remain controlled, be ready to ring up your contact, as well as potentially a lawyer. Most larger organizations will already have this stuff kind of handled out for you. And you may need to explain yourself after being detained. That is a risk of this kind of work. Again, you can elect not to get involved in this kind of work as a service provider if that is not something that you're comfortable with. And as I mentioned with the coal fire example in the courts, I think it was in Missouri, maybe, a couple of years back. Even when you think you have everything lined up and you're ready to go, if you're dealing with interacting jurisdictions, that doesn't always go the way you might expect. Now, when it comes to gaining access in this kind of physical environment testing, you need to understand, of course, what the scope is of your particular engagement. What are you attempting to do, right? Those goals could be multivariate. Your objective may be to try and enter without confrontation or interaction. That can be indicative of a security failing, maybe in the part of the guards, or doors that are left unlocked and so forth. Secondary objective may be to not get identified over the course of all of this. And then finally, work through how to get into the environment, be ready to change plans and be flexible. Remember the example I talked about yesterday. If you're at a loading dock, you're ready to kind of walk in behind somebody else and an ambulance pulls up. Hey, maybe it's even better opportunity now. But if a police car pulls up, maybe it's time to kind of step back and sit back down and wait for a different opportunity. So think through and understand what your goals and objectives are. This is something that's done in conjunction with the requester of the service as well as the service provider. Again, I can't stress this enough. Make sure that your get out of jail free card is complete, is signed by the highest level executive that you can get a hold of. This is a protection for both the service provider as well as the folks engaging services. The last thing you want to do on either side is forget this. So make sure that this is taken care of and taken care of well in advance. When it comes to physical testing, reconnaissance is still key, right? If there's one thing that should be emphasized for you out of these couple of days, reconnaissance should be a very, very important element of that. Drive around the facility, take pictures, understand what your entry and egress points are, locations of alarm sensors or cameras. If there is a physical security presence, what that is, what their rotation looks like, when they change shifts, movements. Are there groups of people who periodically go outside? Smokers, lunch eaters, and so forth. When they come back in, are there indicators that they're very helpful, that they know each other? Do they, how do they interact? What do badges or ID cards look like in a facility? And be ready for that as well. We'll talk through all of these in a bit more detail. Doors and entrances, obviously, from a perspective of someone attempting to gain entrance to a facility, you want the most unguarded or the most inconspicuous entrance that you can find. This could be a side door. I'm especially fond of things like side doors to cafeterias. For example, if the facility has a cafeteria, a lot of times cafeterias are run by vendors, and people will come in and out of cafeteria entrances relatively unimpeded, and in many cases, guards are not involved. If there is facilities access done by badges or ID cards, understand what those are and how they function. Maybe try and obtain some of those, access badges, whether you take an existing badge or clone it. We'll talk about cloning here in a little bit. But understand where people are and how they interact. Are there parking garages with direct access to the facility as well? Do the parking garages require access? You need to do your reconnaissance and your work up front. If you can't gain close access via the parking lot, obviously cameras with zoom lenses, telephoto lenses, things of that nature may be helpful to start pulling information together. Guards are very important. Again, some guards may be armed, some guards may not be. Do you have guards present? How many? Do they move around on some kind of shift? Do you have to pass by them at every entrance? If you're going by an entrance that doesn't have guards, is that entrance viewable via camera to the guards? This may not be something you can always discern readily. It depends on the particular situation. Are they armed? Are there any kinds of bag searches or metal detectors? This may limit the amount of equipment that you can bring in some of these engagements. And what does surveillance and monitoring look like finally? This is your opportunity to do all of the pre-work as a service provider. As a defender, you need to be thinking about these elements and thinking about how your adversary is going to deal with them. What about people, right? One of the most unpredictable elements of any kind of engagement is our people. And yet, social engineering by its very definition is going to involve people and people interactions. People come and go from the building. Do they come and go on specific schedules? Are there times where more people are coming and going? Does that affect the overall monitoring of security if they're present? What kind of outfits do they wear? So that you can go ahead and get an outfit that is, very similar in terms of quality and build, so that you blend in. Are there badges that are utilized to either identify people or provide access to the facility, or maybe both? Badges are really interesting. So most office environments will have some kind of ID badge. That ID badge may also double as a facilities access device. So for example, if you see something like this, the HID Corporation Proxcard 2, this is just one of a number of different RFID solutions from HID Global that allows you to do facilities access. So basically there's a low frequency RFID tag in this card. And you go ahead and you put it up to a reader at entry points to the facility. The reader energizes the tag and reads the information off of it. That then gets sent back to a back of house system that looks at it and determines, hey, I should have access or I shouldn't to this particular door, and it locks or unlocks it. Well, interestingly enough, the low frequency cards made by HID are actually readily able to be cloned, meaning with commodity equipment, some cases under $100, and access to a badge for maybe 10 seconds, you can go ahead and read that badge, take the identifier off of it, and present that to a reader and have it look like the original badge. That's cloning. Believe it or not, it is that easy to do with certain types of badges. Then it just becomes about, hey, can I write that value to another RFID tag? And then maybe go ahead and print an overlay onto that badge that looks like one of the real deals. Printing a badge, there's certainly options for this, to print badges. And in some cases, it's not about printing the whole badge, especially if it uses something like RFID. It could be just printing the front overlay or label that you can put in front of the badge. The purpose of this is it should work. Ideally, it should work like a real badge, and it should look like a real badge. It doesn't have to be a real badge, although that could be an option too, right? If you can, borrow somebody's badge for a period of time, maybe replace the photo on it, things of that nature, you can go ahead and utilize these. Lock picking. So now, in some cases, lock picking may be appropriate. Do understand the legalities of this. So, at least in the United States, there are some areas that do not allow lock picking, and there are some that do, right? So understand in the location that you're going to be working, whether or not this is something that is appropriate. Bear in mind that lock picking is something that does kind of stick out. It is very possible to be readily observed when you're using a set of picks, and that can certainly indicate that something unusual is going on. Most people, regardless of kind of their level of interest in this kind of work, if they see you putting a set of picks in a door, they're gonna be suspicious. So you need to be ready to counter that kind of challenge, if you can. Now, if your goal is to get into the facility, then your primary objective should be to attempt to avoid people and get in without being noticed or actively engaged. Now, that can be one objective. Now, if your objective is to see how effective the guards are, which can be a different objective, then that's something you're going to want to directly go ahead and talk to and interact with them. Generally speaking, a lot of engagements are very interested about first coming in undetected. Now, If you are confronted or somehow challenged by security, you may need to try and, talk your way through that element. Have a story or multiple stories ready. Maybe you're lost and looking for something. Hey, I need to use the restroom. Restroom's a great one. You're there for a meeting with somebody. Have a name ready for who you're going to talk to. Maybe even better if it's somebody who's not at their desk and not reachable by a phone at that particular moment. Maybe you work for some kind of third party, or you're a technician there to service something, maybe delivering a package, things of that nature. Now, this particular example, this capture here is from Sneakers, which I referred to earlier today. In this example, this is a two-person team scenario. So we've got somebody posing as a delivery individual here who is talking with the security guard and distracting him, trying to deliver many boxes of, drain cleaner that was not ordered by the facility. And so, Bishop here walks in. How do you handle a situation in which you're clearly caught? I mean, recognize that that's the case and acknowledge it. I mean, that's, that can be an objective as well. That means that's a good thing, right? In a lot of situations, people look at red team ops and pen testing and so forth, which, I mean, social engineering is similar to those disciplines. People look at them as a zero-sum game. We win, they lose. The fact of the matter is that, being caught is overall for the company a good thing. It means that their security mechanisms are working as expected, at least in some form or fashion, and they're helping to identify potential adversarial tactics. So at that point, can go ahead and, end that element of the engagement. I mean, it really depends on the situation. You can try to further talk your way out of it. You can see if they'll let you leave, all of those kinds of things, and, kind of work your way out from there. So in this particular example, we've got one individual distracting over here, another person walking in with a handful of stuff, right? Got a cake, got balloons, and basically he's at an access point where he would have to run his badge, but saying, hey, can't reach my badge. Can you just go ahead and let me in? Can you buzz me in? And allowing for this distraction to go ahead and create that opportunity. The guard gets overwhelmed, buzzes them in, and then they go on through. Now, this kind of two-person team thing is, of course, a little more complicated and doesn't always map well to real life, but you can utilize distractions created by other individuals, even ones that you're not in league with, to try and achieve and further your objectives. Avoid confrontation and interaction with other individuals unless that is part of the goal of your particular engagement. Make sure that you're dressed to match the environment and the interactions that you're supposed to be having. Have a story planned out in advance, have multiple plans and backup plans, and don't forget to use your phone, right? Sometimes when people start to approach you and it's an indicator and you can see visually that they're planning to engage and confront you, take a phone call, right? Great time for a phone call to come in. Put that phone up to the ear. A lot of people are very hesitant to interact with that call or deter them. This may buy you some time also to go ahead and plan out your next move. You can also use them to look stuff up, right? Which is certainly helpful as well. Once you're inside a facility, if you've gained access, feel free to go ahead and get a feel for where you're going. Maybe head to the bathroom. This is generally a good place where people can be expected to hang out for a little bit, and you may not even be observed going into a bathroom. Go ahead and use that opportunity to set yourself up. If you're going to continue to work in the facility for an extended period of time, hey, maybe you're trying to set up shop in an empty cubicle, see if you can access the network. Maybe that's part of your objective. Go ahead and try to find a spot kind of out of the way, plug in and get started. You can also use conference rooms too. This can be a little bit more complicated. A lot of times people will squat in conference rooms and say, yeah, hey, I don't know, it was open when I went to book it. Nope, I've got this room at this time. Oh, okay, no problem. And you close the laptop and you walk out. Most people won't think twice about it. Conference room overbookings happen or double bookings happen in a lot of environments almost continually. And so it's not something people will give a second thought to in a lot of scenarios. Now, while you're on site, again, understand what your goals are and kind of work out from there. If you have physical access to a facility, this may be a great time to go ahead and drop some USB sticks, maybe go ahead and plug an access point or some other kind of drop box into a wall to go ahead and, can maintain access over time via some C2 channel. Maybe go ahead and plug in, run responder, grab some password hashes, see if you can access data, if you can exfiltrate data out. All of these are potential goals. Awareness, right? Awareness is a great goal. So to Ryan's point earlier, if you get identified, that's not necessarily a bad thing. In this case, the overall awareness of the facility is pretty strong. So look for that security staff. Are they doing their jobs? Are they, if they're supposed to be signing people in or checking badges or whatever it is that they're supposed to do, are they doing that? Are entries and exits monitored effectively? Are people preventing other people from tailgating in behind them? Are people challenging other people when they don't wear badges? Look for all of these things. These can all be great indicators of good practices. Planting USBs or drop boxes. So these are great. We talked about USBs earlier. Adrenaline can absolutely be a challenge, for sure. It's going to depend on the individual, and you've got to be able to control that at least up to a point. Drop boxes are really cool. So like, for example, this little guy right here, this is a drop box. So it's got a power source plugged into mains power. You see the Cat5 cable here plugged into a wall jack. And basically what this is going to do is it's going to allow you to go ahead and interact with the network over time. It's going to tunnel back out via some kind of C2 channel that will allow you to go ahead and interact with it and send commands. This is just one example of these kinds of drop boxes. There's certainly other kinds out there as well. Hijacking systems is certainly something that we can look at once we've gained access to a facility. Something like a bootable Linux distro on a USB. If you happen across an unlocked workstation, of course, with something like your rubber duckies or things of that nature, great capabilities here as well. Bear in mind that an unlocked workstation may mean in a lot of cases that somebody just walked to the restroom, which means that you may need to be quick. So make sure that you've got something set up that plugs in and does some stuff, fairly quickly. If you're willing to stay in a facility after hours, there's some great opportunities for this. You should be getting the lay of the land, again, reconnaissance first, and making sure that if there's a guard presence in the evenings, that you kind of understand their patterns of how they move around. Maybe they just park in one place and just kind of sit at their desk all night long. Some guards do it, unfortunately, even if that's not what they're supposed to do. And so that's a great opportunity to work kind of unimpeded. Data exfil, certainly, hey, this might be an objective. I've gotten data in the environment. How do I get it out of the environment? We talked about some novel techniques yesterday, like exfiltrating small amounts of data over unusual tactics like FM radio as a carrier. More folks will try to go ahead and maybe load something up on like a USB and take it out of the facility, maybe go ahead and exfil out over the internet. It depends on the particular environment. Think about what your scope is and make sure that whatever it is that you're doing, that you're protecting the client's data. If you are the client, make sure that the company that you're going to interact with is going to take measures to protect the data on your behalf that they're testing with. Physical security. Being in a location, especially overnight, is a great opportunity to look for things like clean desk policies. Are people leaving their workstations locked or physically locked or chained to their desks? Are they taking their workstations with them if that's the policy? Are shredding bins locked appropriately? These are usually in the copy or the water cooler areas for secure document disposal services to come and get. Are they utilizing poor locks that are maybe easily interacted with? Are people posting credentials either on their monitor or on the underside of their keyboard? All of these things happen. And, especially if you're willing to take an overnight stay in one of these locations, it's a great opportunity to exercise some of these things. Remember, you don't need an external security team to do this either, right? Feel free to stay overnight in one of your locations and do it yourself. It's harder to check things like guard vigilance with that, although you can do some observations, but it's amazing the kind of stuff you can see just by walking around an office environment at night, just to see what has been sitting around and left out. It's a little, disconcerting sometimes. So wrapping this piece up, physical security is definitely different. There's some social engineering involved with it in one way or the other. A lot of it's going to come down to kind of what your goals are in terms of what you're evaluating. There's no wrong answers to what your goals are, but different organizations, different levels of maturity may require different kinds of assessments, and make sure that that scope is very clearly laid out, whether it's an internal or an external assessment. All right, let's go ahead and get into the reporting side of this. I know this isn't terribly interesting. We'll kind of work through it fairly quickly, but reports are important, right? Make sure that you have notes, whether somebody's doing an engagement for you or you're doing one internally yourself. Make sure that you're noting all of the things that you did. If you picked a lock, what lock was it? If you left a door open, if badges were readily clonable, make notes of all that stuff. If you left anything behind, whether it be a Dropbox or some kind of access point, any changes you made to systems, if you plugged in a rubber ducky to a system and ran something, anything you touched, any executables you ran, anything that you've altered from the pristine office environment when you walked in, it all needs to get noted down, because all of those things are potential security risks and they all need to get fixed or further hardened at least. Talk through the results, generally speaking, before committing them to paper is generally a good plan. This is a good sanity check for making sure that things are, written properly as well. Now, when it comes to any kind of campaign, whether it's a specific engagement or phishing or whatever, a lot of this comes down to the documentation and the results. If you're an external service provider, remember that this documentation, this is your lasting legacy in this organization. This will be here long after you're gone. If you're doing internal assessments, this documentation that you do, you leave the next day, hey, guess what? This assessment is what's left. They're not going to be able to ring you up and ask you questions about it after the fact. So you want to make sure that all of that information is down, it's noted, it's readily accessible for folks. Report outlines, these look very similar to penetration tests, penetration test results in a lot of ways. Executive summary, introduction, technical summary, technical detail, conclusion, and appendices. The executive summary, I typically write executive summaries last. I write the rest of the report, and then I go ahead and I go through the report and I essentially say, okay, what's the too long didn't read version of all of this? And that is the basis for my executive summary. Consider that there will be individuals in an organization that the executive summary will be the only element of the report that they read, meaning it needs to stand on its own with a moderate level of detail, maybe even a low level of detail, depending on the situation. And it needs to not only include a high level understanding of the findings, but also what the call to action is. Again, this will be the document. This will be the section of the document that determines how much money is allocated in the future. If you're a service provider, whether or not you get called back for future work. It's also going to determine how and what they prioritize for fixing. So explain the project, initiate, who asked for the project, what a description of the scope was, just a high level description of the findings and what the overall relative level of complexity is to fix them, and kind of wrap this up. And most importantly, as a service provider, thank them for the opportunity to perform the work. A little bit of courtesy goes a very long way. Now, from a risk management perspective, every company, every organization has a different way of rating and visualizing risk management. It is certainly not the easiest thing in the world. I find this is something that you want to hash out with your service provider in advance. If you want them to fit into your risk rating module, then tell them what it is up front, and explain it and make it part of the scope that you want them to rank stuff in accordance with that module. Some people will just take the results and map it into their own risk matrix. That's fine too. Do whatever works best for your particular environment. But explain the risks of, the various findings within this particular assessment. Some examples, and of course, if you're going to use categories, if you're going to use a 3-point scale, high, medium, low, if you're going to use a 5-point scale from critical to informational, these are all okay, but be very clear somewhere in the document about what that means and what the call to action is for them. High findings, issue should be resolved within 30 days. Or as soon as possible. Examples could include X, Y, and Z. Medium should be resolved within 60 days or as soon as possible. These may not lead to significant compromise, but could be leveraged in other ways. Examples include A, B, and C. Low, improper disclosure of information should be resolved within 90 days or as soon as possible. So be just very clear about what the various elements are of that risk rating, and some examples of it. It is possible to chain together multiple findings to go from a lower risk to a higher risk. That can certainly happen as well. Give some context in your social engineering assessments, right? Things that you have, either gained directly from the test or been provided by the target organization. Bear this in mind because sometimes you may have been given information coming in that you wouldn't have had as an outsider. And that can lower the overall risk of those kinds of findings. Does that make sense? So given this is what we in penetration testing would refer to as, crystal box versus opaque box testing and, stuff like that. How much knowledge, a forethought do you have of the particular environment? The more knowledge you have, the easier certain types of compromises may be. But it also decreases the likelihood of those kinds of attacks because they would be harder for an outsider to execute. Does that make sense? So a lot of this is risk management elements. Again, likelihood versus impact, very common measure of risk. And that has to factor into this as well. Introduction, this is where you talk about the overall test, kind of what the high level results were, overall conclusion. Again, make sure to thank them, focus on the positive as a service provider, especially. Make people understand that a lot of times these reports are very, very depressing. They can have a lot of findings. They can come off as very negative. Make sure to highlight the things that they do well, because odds are they did something well. May not have been a lot of things, but there was probably something. Technical information, exactly what it sounds like, right? Go into full detail here, what the issue was, assign it a risk, map it to business impact. Hey, because somebody can, because people are leaving stuff out of their desks overnight, somebody can go ahead and take this, put it in their bag, leave the facility. You're dealing with a loss of intellectual property, et cetera, et cetera. So map it back to what the business impacts are. Explain how the attack worked in detail. If you're doing things like cloning badges and things of that nature, explain what hardware or software you used to do it, how long you needed access to a badge for, and so forth. Ideally, with the same kind of equipment, your the company should be able to reproduce these results at any time. So it needs to meet that level of detail. All right. Wrapping this up and kind of pulling all of these various elements together. Social engineering is something that very much gets used by our adversaries. So we need to protect against it, whether we're a service provider of such services, do it before the bad guys do kind of deal, or we're defending against these kinds of attacks. We need to engage in this kind of work, and it needs to be part of our traditional regiments. But this means, like our other regimens, we need to measure their effectiveness. That means metrics. So metrics for something like phishing. These could include things like the number of messages that get sent out versus the number of people that, do first stage, meaning click on the link or, open the attachment, the number of people who follow through on it, meaning people who put in credentials, or, so forth. It depends on the nature of the particular phish. If you're running something that can potentially lead to system compromise, how many systems get compromised? So you've got all of these elements, all of varying severity, and they're all important. And then kind of wrap up with, we were able to obtain this many credentials because people plugged in credentials. We were able to access this many devices and, exfiltrate this kind of data, and so forth. Also, focus on the positive. How many people reported these messages as suspicious? Make sure there's an easy reporting function available, ideally right within your email clients. Many of the, the providers nowadays have a way to do this directly from the email client, and that is the easiest way to do it. Take the friction away from the user experience. And track these not only aggregated over time, but across various campaigns as well, and help see either increase or decrease in effectiveness. If you're doing media drops, how many USBs did we drop? How many were plugged in? How many actually were executed? How many were reported to security or the help desk or whatever the mechanism is? And if you've got a set mechanism, if suspected security incidents should be reported to the help desk, okay, great. How many were reported to security instead? How many were reported to a manager instead? How many were reported to the help desk? All of those are important elements to measure, right? There's different solutions to these various problems. And so we need to understand what buckets all of these elements fall in. And then finally, if we were running software on these, how many of them were caught by our endpoint detection software? Pretexting, how many people did we call? How many of these calls resulted in some kind of output, whether it was an action a user took, information a user provided, maybe credentials, maybe I enticed them to go to some kind of site and, plug in some kind of authentication. You can also consider some supplemental information, like what times of day. We might be able to measure effectiveness based off of that, type of story and engagement that saw success, and so forth. Tailgating and physical access, this is kind of interesting. This is a little harder, but think about things like, how many times did I try to enter the facility? How many times was I able to successfully tailgate in with somebody else versus I was challenged? And tailgating, being challenged, is actually a pretty easy one to walk away from. People will go to hold the door open, or maybe they'll close the door behind them, or they'll go to hold the door open and say, hey, can you tap your badge on the reader too? This is something I used to do in a lot of facilities like this. Hey, can you tap the badge on your reader too? I'm doing this to protect you, to make sure that people know you're in the building. So, hey, if there's a fire or whatever, they can come back for you, make it sound good. Oh, I left my badge in my car. Turn around and walk away. No harm, no foul. Most users aren't going to think twice about that. That is a very plausible response. And you extricate yourself from the situation. You can try again with a different individual, but more likely than not, that individual is not going to report that to security. So going back to physical, number of attempts at ingress, how many were successful, how much time were you able to spend on site if you were able to gain access to the facility? Now, you can pretty readily see ties here between social engineering and security awareness. Security awareness is a mechanism for getting that learning in the hands of users. Social engineering is one of the ways we can attempt to measure that. Consider targeting your social engineering campaigns after awareness rollouts or after awareness updates. I'm a big fan of measuring decay of social engineering afterwards, utilizing those kind of campaigns. So if we put out an awareness training, maybe 6 months later, we'll run a campaign and kind of see what the response is to that. And you'll kind of see that drop off. Now, the objective here is to find that corrective action. Unfortunately, we can't put a security awareness training in front of people every 3 months. Well, that's not true. Depending on the environment, you can. There are times I've had access to environments dealing with energy and stuff like that. And I swear to God, you do security awareness training. It felt like every month. I could not wait to be off of that engagement because I'm just sitting there like clicking next, waiting for the damn training to be done. And it wasn't like it was different every month. It was the same every month. I'm like, is this really helping anybody? But some environments will do that. There's an opportunity for you to measure that utilizing social engineering. All right, wrapping this up, some parting thoughts for us. I want to be clear that we're not lawyers. We do not play one on TV, nor did we stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Your laws may vary. When in doubt, legal it out, meaning go find yourself a lawyer who is licensed to practice in your locality and seek more direct advice. That being said, we do have some high-level recommendations. Be cautious when trying to, as a social engineer, passing yourself off as somebody from another organization. So, for example, and some of this can go back to things like trademark infringement and things of that nature. So, if I walk up to a facility in a brown uniform, right? Brown button-down shirt, brown shorts, brown shoes, maybe carrying a package under my arm. One might make an assumption that I work for a certain organization, right? Now, dressing like that, and dressing like that with a logo on the shirt that says the 3-letter word, those are two very different things, right? I put that logo on my shirt. Now I'm looking at some interesting potential infringement on trademarks and things of that nature. But if I dress in a brown outfit, everybody knows what I'm talking about here, right? Very few people are going to look twice at that. They're not going to look for a logo or anything of that nature. They're just going to be like, oh, that's the package delivery person. Reporting for employees. We talked about this a little bit on day one. So if you're going to monitor your employees, that needs to be noted in your acceptable use policies. Your lawyers need to be on board with this. Your HR teams need to be on board with this. You need to make sure that this is something that's enforceable if you're a worldwide company, or change your standards based on country or locality, because you will not be able to engage in some of these requirements globally and worldwide. And so we've talked about the elements of singling out specific employees and things of that nature. Be very cautious with that as well. Bribery. So bribery gets really interesting. So there was one engagement that I think Dave was involved with. And in this particular engagement, senior management team in the company had, signed off, we had all the great approvals and so forth. And one of the targets was one of their senior folks. And they said, no holds barred, do what you need to do. Let's see what you can get away with. So they took an iPad, they jailbroke it. They included a backdoor on the iPad. Then they went ahead and set up the iPad like it was ready to be registered and logged in. They put it in the packaging, shrink wrapped it back up, and sent it to this executive. Congratulations. Remember that trade show you went to 2 months ago? You won our prize. Here's a free iPad. So the person takes out the iPad, registers it, sets it up, and is doing their thing. They're like, oh, great. I've got this free iPad. Super exciting. Set up. And hey, good job. Now we've got the back door. We've got the capability to see this person and what they're doing on the device. Here's the problem. That particular company had some corporate policies that indicated any goods received that were gifts over a value of $15 had to go through a specific disclosure process, right? Didn't matter if it was a prize or not, right? It was considered a gift. They had to go through like their corporate, anti-bribery stuff and so forth and register this gift. And then they had to decide whether or not they got to keep it or whatever. And so this particular executive got in a lot of trouble because they basically said, oh, you allowed yourself to be bribed. Yikes. Okay, so interesting. You said no holds barred, and yet here this person's getting in trouble for our no holds barred actions. So bear that in mind and think about this kind of stuff when you're dealing with an organization, whether you're asking somebody to do it or whether you're doing it yourself. Keep it professional, right? Make sure that your data is protected. If you are doing internal testing or if you've got a service provider doing testing, make sure that you're going ahead and providing the appropriate protections around that data and their findings. When you're done with the data, including reports and so forth, shred those files, dispose of them securely. Make sure that if you are setting up lookalike websites and things like that to go ahead and capture credentials, that you're providing the right kind of protections around that data in transit. Remember, like I said, all it takes is a user utilizing a coffee shop network, and all of a sudden they're sending their username and password over clear text because you decided not to leverage TLS for your lookalike website. Not awesome. Full disk encryption, always a must for folks doing this kind of work. Also, security reviews on any toolkits or so forth that you're going to utilize for this kind of testing. All right, now I mentioned TLS. Make sure that you're utilizing the kind of latest TLS standards. Something like Qualis's SSL Labs reports are great ways to evaluate a given site against this from a perspective of making sure that TLS is all set up appropriately. Look for an A or an A+ for a site. Remember, you've got control of the site, you can configure it. The biggest downside for this is if you're dealing with an organization that's using some older equipment, maybe older web browsers, things of that nature, older operating systems, they may not be able to work with some of the latest and greatest either TLS protocol versions or particular cipher suites. So bear that in mind as well. Are we doing okay? Everybody's being so quiet. Where's everybody? Just absorbing. Uh-oh. Is my microphone working? There's so many people here that are tired. I know so many people on off-ball hours. I need to talk to the curriculum leads about offering this course in some other time zones. We only seem to offer in Central and Eastern. I will tell you what else, folks. So some of you have asked about things like on demand. Some of you are doing this in totally oddball time zones, and you're not the first people I've seen to do that. Can I tell you the best way to make that change? Put in the evaluations. Recommend more non-US hours runs and stuff like that. More, I would love to see this in on demand, those kind of things. Put those in the evaluations. That is the place for that feedback, because I look at those, right? Dave looks at those, but our curriculum lead and our curriculum directors look at those too, and they'll aggregate those, and we'll sit down every 6 months or so and look at those results and say, hey, we've got a lot of people asking for this. Maybe we should do X. So bear that in mind. That is the best way to get feedback back to SANS. All right, this kind of wraps up our day, but we have our last lab, and it's a big one. You're going to go ahead and do some application of some of the stuff that you've done, largely focusing on some of the OSINT recon stuff from yesterday to try and achieve a specific objective. Watch this space though. Pay attention when you see stories about breaches and compromises. Look for those root cause analyses as they come out, and note some of those. Note that they're social engineering when they are, and kind of write that down. Note the information. Look for new techniques. The MFA fatigue one, for example, with Uber last year, is a really, really interesting one that we're starting to see a lot more emphasis on. Maybe we should be moving away from things like, app-based MFA and things of that nature. Maybe, who knows, right? It depends on the scenario. It depends on your particular risk profiles. Okay, now let's get into the CTH. So for this one, No special prizes or anything for anybody who, gets this done first, other than bragging rights. You can feel free to go ahead and send me the winning phrase when you get done. And I'll be happy to tell you if you're correct and all that kind of good stuff. Now, company, you're working against a company called Social Engineers Incorporated. Company wants to know whether attackers can gain access to sensitive information via social engineering. Tests will consist of several activities discussed in class. You can work by yourself or you can work in teams. Most students work alone and remote. What I would recommend to people, again, it's not like there's a particular prize for first place or anything like that. Feel free to go ahead and, as you're working through stuff, throw thoughts out in Slack. Kind of riff off of each other, and you might find yourself making faster progress that way. I will give you, it says 2 hours. I'm going to give you probably about an hour 35, hour 40 at this point. We will stop at right about 4:50 p.m. class time, and I will do a quick walkthrough of the challenge. And kind of what you find. To get started, you just need to send an email. Can be from any email address, doesn't matter. You're going to send it to ctf@socialengineers.org and have the subject line of CTF, no quotes. This will generate a response back to you. Sometimes it can take a few minutes, and that will give you what you need to get started. Now, a couple of hints for you here. First, you can certainly reach out to me if you need some assistance. Try spidering the site that you're going to be pointed at. Look for documents and other interesting content, like maybe files for web crawlers that aren't intended for humans. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. And if you find yourself stumped or out of ideas, revisit that recon section from day one. Don't be afraid to look at that lab again and some of the tools that we have there as well. Have fun with this. It's meant to be a little bit frustrating, kind of make you work and think and iterate through this a little bit, but it is absolutely solvable in the time period that you have. So I'm going to go ahead and put a timer up. That timer will be, by the time I set it, it'll be just about an hour and 32, maybe 42 minutes. I'll do the math and I'll put it up here in a minute. And so again, at 4:50, we'll go ahead and say pencils down. That's not to say you can't keep working, but at that point, I'm going to do a quick walkthrough so that it gets captured in the recording. And then you can go ahead and refer back to that if you want. This CTF will always be available to you. We haven't made any changes to it in a while, so you can certainly go back and, go through that infrastructure that's all public facing and kind of play with it a little bit more, should you so desire at a later time. All right, get started. For those of you who are, you're off on oddball hours or whatever, and you want to do this later, do take a moment to fill out our evaluation. We again appreciate that feedback. Go rest, and this will be waiting for you when you get back. And you can always check out the recording for that quick walkthrough. All right, if you are not going to stay now, I really thank you for your time and attention over the past 2 days. Please do fill out those evaluations. Let us know what you think of the course, what other things you might like to see in it, or things that you might want to see changed. Always open to that feedback and improvement. I mean, we debuted 2 new labs with this run today or this week, so I certainly hope you've enjoyed those as well. We obviously continue to improve and iterate on this product. But if you're going to stick around, get to it, enjoy. I'll throw a timer up here in just a little bit, and we'll check back in at about 4:50. Have fun. All right. So who's done? Did anybody finish it? Did anybody get the phrase that pays, as it were? We're a little bit short on time today. So if you didn't, don't sweat it. We're going to go ahead and do a quick debrief and kind of walk through, kind of an on rails way of finding all of this information. But I want you to realize, if you haven't gotten to all of these elements, that's okay, right? I have the answers, so it's going to be very straightforward. Don't go like slapping your forehead saying, why didn't I think of that? Blah, blah, blah. You would get there and you will get there. So this is your warning. We are about to get into the answers for our Capture the Human. So if you do not want to utilize those right now, I would recommend going ahead and kind of stepping away from our audio and revisit this recording at a later time. You have access to this environment in perpetuity. I mean, as far as I know, we're not planning on spinning this down ever. So we might change it somewhere down the line, but it's been in place for a few years at this point. So you can go ahead and revisit this, work through it on your own time later. Again, looking at these tips here, revisit the reconnaissance section, try spidering the site, look for documents and other interesting content like files for web crawlers that aren't intended for humans. All right, so if you email ctf@socialengineers.org, you get a email back, an auto reply that basically says, hey, thanks for agreeing to participate in our social engineering penetration test. Target of this test will be John Johnson, the CEO of Social Engineers Incorporated. The goal of this test is to discover valid username and credentials, so valid credentials, username and password for Mr. Johnson, and use them to gain access to a specific site. Mr. Johnson is not very technically savvy and likely has some various exposed information, both personal and professional, online that you can discover. Here are some hints to get you started. Mr. Johnson may have social media profiles online that you can discover. As his name is a common one, you'll likely have to dig a bit to discover these. There may be some clues at the Social Engineers website at www.socialengineers.org. So be sure to scour it for any details that may be of interest. Look at both the infrastructure information and the web content. Okay. So let's start. Oh, we're still on Veil. Let's quit out of that. Let's go ahead and start with the site. Okay, so we're going to fire up Zap, right, which we used in the reconnaissance lab. And because it's a Java app, we're going to wait approximately a half hour for it to start. Just kidding. I love Java. No, I don't. Do I want to persist this session? No, we don't need to worry about that. Let's go ahead, though, and close that out. Let's make this a little bigger so that we can more readily kind of see what we've got going on here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start with an automated scan. Socialengineers.org. Also, we'll take a quick look over here for our sanity. See socialengineers.org, and this is the site that we're looking for. Let's hop back over to Zap. And traditional spider seems to be fine for this. Let's go ahead and get started. The traditional spider. Yep, that all looks fine. We don't have any special Ajax or anything like that here. So we're going to do our thing. Hopefully our site here starts populating in a minute. Let's start doing this thing here in a moment. I'm going to Julia Child this here in a minute. Oh, connection time down. That's kind of weird. Okay, so we'll skip the spidering and we'll show you kind of some of the things that should be of interest to you. So there was a hint here pointing to robots.txt. If you go to robots.txt, you see a couple of pieces of data here that are disallowed, that should not be crawled, and that should not be indexed in search results. And they appear to be private sign-in, private dashboard. So if I go ahead and go to socialengineers.org/private, I get a forbidden. Okay, so I get a 403. Let's try the next one, which was private sign-in.php. Oh, I get a nice little sign-in for a secure dashboard. We've got a username spot and a password spot. Okay, so let's put a pin in this. We'll come back to it in a little bit. Let's look at the main site. Now, remember, we were tasked to both look at the infrastructure as well as the web content. So one of the things that we can do is go ahead and we found our login page. We've got the spider, which will show us a couple of different things. Now, if you go through the pages, they're pretty straightforward pages. There's our target, John Johnson. But if I go ahead and look through these pages, take a look through some source, we can start seeing some things like some information about email addresses and some other things going on in here. Doing a little bit of digging around, a number of people, number of email addresses. And here's a comment. Comments are always interesting and always worth taking a look at. Support page link will go here in the future. See support/thread.php. Interesting. Let's take a look at this support page that is supposedly under construction. So support thread.php. Interesting. So it looks like a trouble ticketing system. And there's an option here to enter a new ticket, but there's an open ticket for our friend, Mr. John Johnson's password. Let's take a look at this ticket. So, hey, to Pete Peters from Mike Michaels, subject John Johnson ticket. Pete, I got a call from the man himself, meaning John Johnson, right? The big boss. Third call this week. Remember, John is not very technically astute. Asking about resetting his password. What does that guy do to have this happen so often? Crazy. Anyway, I gave him a new password of social12345 and told him to change it. I think he keeps screwing up his username of all things. I think he keeps putting in J Johnson instead of J Johnson plus his 4-digit hire year. Interesting. So, what else do we have here? Anyway, I'm now trying to email him and get his attention to tell him we need to close his ticket, but he won't respond. Any ideas on what to do? Nada on his voicemail either. Thanks, buddy, Mike. Looking at Pete's response, hey, Mike, I hear you. Mr. Johnson is definitely notorious for this. If you send him an email, just make the subject his favorite hobby and he'll pay attention. Okay, so there's a couple of pieces of information going on here. The first is we've got the construction of the username format. So the username of our target is J Johnson plus his 4-digit hire year. So doing a little bit of research right now, it's time to probably spin up those social media profiles and take a look at that. So if you look at his Facebook page or his LinkedIn page, yes, you will find that his start year is 2008. So now we've got one piece of our puzzle, right? We've got a username, which is J Johnson. Let me open up, let's keep some notes here. You could also use our spreadsheet for this as well. but we'll just keep some contemporaneous notes here in gedit. So username, JOHNSN2008. Password, we don't know yet. Okay, what else? Did we find anything else? An avid golfer, yes. So hobbies, golf, made readily apparent on both Facebook and LinkedIn. Now, thinking about his hobby, going back to our trouble ticket here, hey, Mike, I hear you. Mr. Johnson is definitely notorious for not responding. If you send him an email, just make the subject his favorite hobby, and he'll pay attention. So this is a little bit of a shortcut. So first off, we know Mr. Johnson's email address, right? jjohnson@socialengineers.org. It's in several places on the website. So any email client sending an email to jjohnson@socialengineers.org will return an auto reply if you put his favorite object and his favorite hobby in the subject line, which is golf. So you send jjohnson@socialengineers.org an email with golf in the subject line, and he will respond with an out of office reply. And he'll say, hey, I'm out of office in a corporate sponsored golf tournament through the end of the week and will not be available until next week. Advisory board members, Tom and Argyle, it looks like, are both handling stuff while I'm out. Or sorry, Angela, not Argyle, who need to discuss the financial projections report. They can contact Bill Williams, the CFO, in my absence. Mr. Williams can be reached by clicking this link. If you're from our accounting firm, Mr. Williams can also likely help you. Now, the link points us at another file, which is at socialengineers.org, documents, cfo.zip. This one does not come up in the spider. So let's go ahead and save this file. Take a look at it. So this is a zip file. Now there was an option to just open it with unzip, which I foolishly said don't do. So instead, we'll go ahead and open up another terminal. Got a lot going on here, right? Come back to that in a second. Go to downloads, unzip cfo.zip, and we get a couple of directories. So coming back here to downloads, we see the CFO directory. And that should not be what happens. Weird. Again. Did that extract right for any of you? Did any of you make it to this point? Basically, what should be happening here, and it looks like maybe the 1 meg, it should be bigger than that. Those are always the best. All right, I need to take a look at this. Because what this should be doing is basically bringing up another kind of choose your own pretext type exercise here. Let me take a quick look here for it. See if I've got it on my file system. Did anybody get that to open successfully? Just want to make sure before I dig into this too much. Oh, that's right. It's password protected. Yes. I don't know why it just unzipped it. Yeah, so the password protection, now you've got to kind of stretch this a little bit, but the password protection is the one in the support email thread, the social 12345. So when you go ahead and hit that, it will unzip it and it will produce that kind of choose your own pretext scenario. So when you go through that choose your own pretext scenario, it will do a couple of things. Basically, it's going to tell you to grab a document, which is going to be at socialengineers.org. Under review, under finance.pdf. Okay, so financial report. Oh, interesting. What do we got here? We've got redacted text. So we talked about the idea of redacted text in day one, and we talked about the fact that sometimes redacted text is simply an overlay. So let's go ahead and see if we can copy and paste any of this data into our document that we're keeping our notes on here. Just looks like, so first off, it is successful, but it looks like some of that placeholder text is just present here as well. Let's go ahead and grab the next section of redacted text and try see what's going on here. Interesting. Still some more redacted text. First half, social engineering. Okay, so we got something interesting going on here. First half, maybe the first half of the password. Let's keep digging and see what else we can find. So we've got part of our challenge here. Now, what else is going on with this particular document? Let's go ahead and download it. We're just going to go ahead and just save it locally. And remember how we used EXIF tool to go ahead and look at metadata. Let's take a quick look at the metadata of this file. So we got finance.pdf. And we can see how this was created, creator tool, keywords, second half, pen testing. So let's go ahead and grab that. Let's throw it over here. So we got a first half, we got a second half. So let's go back to that login page. And our username was J Johnson 2008, I believe it was, Katie. And going here to our password content. Let's grab our first half. I will say, for a guy who forgets his passwords, he manages some long, complex passwords. Maybe that's why he keeps forgetting them. Let's get our second half. And voila. Okay, so with this, by accessing, working our way through some of the pretexting, by taking a careful look through the site and identifying some hidden content, we've been able to identify the login page. Using social media, we've been able to identify the username's construction, and with the company information and the metadata, we've been able to obtain the password. So number of different elements going on here. Again, most of them focused on reconnaissance. So by all means, you can go ahead and revisit this yourself at a later date, and feel free to go ahead and reference this recording as well. Okay. folks, are there any other capture the human exercises out there? Not that we have as SANS, but we are definitely, we'll definitely keep an eye out for that. I would definitely look at some of the, again, look at some of the black badge, CTF, social engineering CTF stuff from DEF CON. Great for kind of walking through some of the pretext exercises and kind of seeing how folks execute against that. Some elements of this are in some OSINT-based CTFs for sure. I would definitely take a look at some of those. There are some OSINT-based CTFs out there that you can reference, absolutely. And there's some OSINT capstones in both the SANS 497 and 587 classes if you have an opportunity to review those. So with that, you can go ahead and reference this information at a later date. You can go ahead and go after the CTH at a later date as well. But that kind of brings us to the end of our, yes, it is. That brings us to the end of our material. So I really, really appreciate your time and attention over the past couple of days. I hope you have learned a lot and had a lot of fun. I appreciate you giving a shot at some of our new labs, and I'm glad they went well for you and that you enjoyed them. Please do take a moment to fill out that evaluation. Let us know what you think of the class. Other things we could do. Do you want it to be on demand? Do you want it on, other more accessible hours for some of you? Do you want it to be longer? All those kinds of things. Happy to hear that feedback. Always looking to go ahead and continue to make improvements to the material. So with that, thank you very much for your time and attention. And yes, you will get a certificate of completion. You should get an email letting you know that it's there. It's usually there within a day or two, and you'll be able to download it from the SANS portal. Yes. Awesome. I'm glad y'all had a great time. Enjoy. Stay safe. Have a good rest of your week. And I certainly hope our paths cross again. If you're interested in doing some wireless penetration testing or IoT penetration testing, feel free to drop by and see me for, we'll be in DC in July. We'll be in Austin next month. I think I'm supposed to be in Manchester in October for wireless. So yeah, we'll be around. Drop by and pay us a visit. We'd love to see you. All right. Have yourselves a great day. We'll be closing up the stream here very shortly. Have a good night. And as always, you can find us an email if you have questions. Enjoy. Bye, everybody.